Hello, I'm back. Are we live? Are we back? I believe we're back. We are back. Sorry, the entire computer just locked up. I just actually manually restarted. It was just blocked up. Nothing sold. Very good. Okay. So you can claim your new things. Don't forget to lose your streaks. Travel to another home point. Current region, ports, 1.1. Let's go. Hammy's first again. Let's go. So actually, what are the changes they're saying about affiliate again? I feel like I've not been paying attention to anything lately. Let's play this. Over here is a Bonanza move. Hello, Bonanza Moogle. You're selling Bonanza pearls. Learn about the prizes. Rank 1 prizes. Save the queen. That's cool stuff. A bubble crab mount. Well, rank 2. Or rank 1 the better ones, I assume. Looks like it, yeah. It seems like there's a few bits and bobs. Be interesting. Alright. Learn about the node. It's a guessing game. Player selects a number between 0 and 999. This number is then recorded on the Bonanza Pearl, which can be purchased for 200,000 gil. The winning numbers will be announced at a later date, so make sure you don't misplace your pearl. Okay, so I can pick 2 numbers. What are we picking? Yo, Lou, what's up? I've got Owen Chatterino again. So we gotta pick 2 numbers between 999 and 0. Where's Chatterino? Chat. Reno. Well, it's open twice now. There we go. 420 and 777. Well, it's the event. It's the event thing. Select my own number. What number shall we pick? What number shall we pick? Are we going higher or lower than 500? That's what we need to pick. And then let's whittle it down that way. So who says upper, higher or lower? We'll start with 500 and see where it brings us. Lower than 500, says Tony. Okay. Higher, says... This might take a while. This might take a while. I guess I'm getting 2 of them anyway, so it doesn't matter. So, Tony, you pick a number, and Lou, you pick a number. $401,051. So, Tony, you pick a number lower than 500. And Lou, you pick a number over 500. And if I don't win, then I blame both of you. 683. Yes, please. No, Tony, you said lower. It really doesn't matter, I guess. Do you want to go at 687 or do you want to go another one? It's funny that both of you almost picked the same number. It doesn't really matter. Like, it's completely right. It does just cost me 200,000. Like 420, lock it in. I feel like everyone's going to bet 420. Okay. There we go. We have 2 pearls now. We have 2 bonanza pearls. That's that done. In 1 minute's time, I should get a Jubilee ring. I definitely have space on my bench right now. Oh, it's almost time to continue the story as well. So, that worked out perfect. Let's make my way back to... Anduin. Why is my screen flashing all the time? What's it? So who gives us the Jubilee ring? I wonder. Oh, I can do both. I can actually go do... I could go back to Shantotto if I wanted. Well, I'll save that for the next time, because this will tell me again to wait to game day, so I might as well just continue on until it tells me to stop waiting game days. Level. We'll go back to speak with level. I like to speak with level. How's the other home went? Anduin. West Anduin. One by one. Go. Let's go. There we go. Said something there about it, what's it? In celebration of your most recent login, you've gotten 50 points. Okay. Didn't give me my ring. Well, if it isn't waves, come looking for more trouble, no doubt. Wish I had something for you to do, but my slate's as clean as the waters of Fontes Zanira. But wait, you're not really here to see me, are you? I'm looking for someone. Another one of your manhunts, is it? Theodore, you say? Alright, that old fuddy-duddy, who's always dressed like he said at your funeral. Funny you should mention him. One of my buddies who fancies himself adept at games, Chance, was taking a nap. I was talking to the guy a few days ago, I don't know why I read taking a nap. Something about counting cards and loaded dice. Bah! I turned him out. But if you're looking for Theodore, I checked the Mummers Coalition. Besides, with that dour look plastered on your face, you could probably use a bit of relaxation. Altana loves all her children, but it wouldn't surprise me one bit if that expression makes even her think twice about giving you guidance. Off you go, let your hair down and gamble away some bald. Everyone needs to escape now and then. I'll even give you a little bit, so you don't have to worry about spending your hard-earned bald. I don't get enough time off here, so I'm counting on you to have enough fun for both of us. Here comes the man in black. Oh, there's a mini game coming up, which we can skip, but we're not going to skip. We like mini games. Where's the Mummers? Is it a bad minigame? We're going to find out. Did you get a Jubilee ring? Xerxes. Xerix. Yeah, let me know if you find out. I want to grab it. We had to play rock, paper, scissors against Matt. There's no minigames, only pain. That's just the stereotypical Final Fantasy minigames, though. It's pain. It's always pain. Talk to Masad. Hi, Masad. Rock, paper, crab. No, this is crab. This is crab versus crab. Who wins? Crab. There's Theodore. No Theodore. Well, my dearest awesome waves. Pray tell, however, how went everything with the young lady you were after? Once again, my microphone is not in front of my face. No, it is. Oh, so you've teamed up with our fair princess. The two of you have been seeing a lot of each other lately. But enough small talk. What can I do for you today? I presume you did not approach me simply to stare at my impeccably groomed mustache. Well, you do look quite dapper. Come now, we both know that is not why you were really here. Can you help me with this Ignis issue? A bit of a hot button issue these days. Well, we've had our fair share of dealings of late, and of course, I'm inclined to help you. To be frank, I've grown bored with a lot of my late. All things have their price. As an adventurer, you must understand. Treasure means more when you overcome adversity to obtain it. In exchange for my aid, I would ask that you play a game with me. No. I promise there shall be no riddles this time. I propose a mere game of chance. Say, boom or bust. One round would leave too much to chance. However, I know we shall make it a best of 5 affair. Should you emerge victor, I will aid you in whatever you seek. Lady looks spoiling on me. What's boom or bust? Permit me to explain the rules of the game to you. Boom or bust is a dice game in which each player competes to get their dice closer to 11 than the other. Either you or your opponent may choose shoot or roll the dice and stay and do nothing, or pick from 3 tricks up your sleeve. The 3 tricks in your arsenal of deception include sneak peek, which allows you to see your opponent's shots, using the old switcheroo and trading shots with your opponent, or forcing your opponent to re-roll a shot of his choice with crooked die. These are 3 tricks will spin the Wheel of Fortune in your favor, but it is precisely because of their immense powers that we must limit their use to once per game. Make sure you attempt to turn the tables at the right time, or Lady Luck will be the one cleaning the house. Okay. Lady Luck's smiling on me. Are we ready? Let's go. You look a bit pale, Waves. Feeling the pressure? I jest. This is just a game between friends, so there is no need for you to stiffen up like a day-old loaf of bread. The time for talk is over. Let us see whom fortune favors. A hollow victory over a pathetic foe leaves taste no better than defeat. Do not disappoint me. It is now turn number 1 for your opponent. Your opponent shot. I got 6. Shoot. Literally only another 6 can bust us. I got a 1. I have 7. I'm confused about why he's making me go again, but I can just stay, it says. But I want to shoot. Like, only, I have 6, so only a 6 and a 5. So like, I've, 4 out of 6 chance of, I have more than a 50% chance to not bust. Well, well. There we go. 11. Perfect. Never mind. Easy game for babies. Okay, we got 1. We shoot again. And now I've got 7. So once again, 5. Like, I don't know, 5 will bust me. So that, yeah, fuck it, shoot. Fuck's sake. Okay. And now my total is 13. Can I use a switcheroo? If I switcheroo, will that mean that I get his numbers, is it? YOLO. I assume his third dice was a... Oh, fuck's sake. I've already bust, but I guess it's that he might bust as well as this. He stayed. We both bust perfectly. Okay. Okay. He actually had 11 then, until I swapped. Okay, 3. We go again. Just friends busting together. What's a bit of busting between two friends? There he is, shaking his rod, busting. Okay. 8. What shall I do at 8? 8 is a tough one. I feel like I need to use a trick for 8 or stay. Hope he busts. Like. Oh. His 6 has been exchanged for your 3. And now your total is 11. Perfect. Easy game, 2-1. Let's go. One more. Yeah, he won it for me. Okay, 6. We shoot on 6. Okay. 8's not ideal. Stay. See what he does. So, can I use them? His 6 has been exchanged with your 6. And now my total is 8 again. Okay. Oh, once you stay, it's all, you don't. Perfect. Easy peasy. First try. Let's go. That guy's crap. He's useless at that game. Congratulations, my friend. And the look on your face, I was sure you would not make it. Pay my ramblings no heed, Waves. What is it you wish to discuss? About Ignis, I see. Is that so? I think I understand. What you truly seek is the reason why Ignis pointed out his twig of a finger at his younger sister. Why, the answer is so obvious that I'm amazed you came to me at all. Think, Waves. Was he really pointing at Arcelia or something else? I'm sure he would be loath to point at another, as it goes against the very basics of etiquette. Begging your pardon, but would you do me a favor of pointing at me? See, Waves? Like that. When one points at another, he's instinctively going for the chest. So let me ask you to think carefully, where was Ignis pointing? What was he pointing at? The sword. It's always a sword. Boom, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Aha, and what, pray tell, is it about her waist that warrants out? A sword. Precisely, Arcelia was not the object of his gaze. Rather, what truly caught his eye was the sword she had at her side. Don't you agree? Now the question you must ask yourself is, what does all this mean? You are a smart woman, Waves. Surely you did not need me to spoon feed you. His message was intended for you, was it not? I suppose I have a few years on you, but it would be too much for you to expect me to provide all the answers. I am not an oracle, unless with the ability to see the truth hidden behind shadows. The best I can do is provide you with tiny insights into the realm of possibilities. The ring is tomorrow. Okay. Now, if I were you, I would start by finding out all I could about Arcelia's blade. And if you had the information somewhere, where would that be? I'll leave this in your capable hands. Back to the fucking library. There's a lot of bullshit walking around in this story. Oh no. It actually says to go to level. Let's just send this guy 1 second. Oh, it actually went to shit 1 second. Oh my god, where did the fucking thing go? Google Docs. One second, sorry, I'm sending someone something. This one. 1 second, sorry. Apologies, this. This here. Okay. Apologies for that. Done. Those. It's actually back to level, even though I would have thought it would be go directly to the library to get information on the sword, but I guess not. I've lost my YouTube viewers. Someone open up the YouTube. I've got viewers there, so I feel better about myself. Where is my... Here it is. No, there. This one. Now, highwaves. To what do I owe this honor this time? I want to talk about the Orin scythe. The Orin sign, sorry. Ah, you mean the mysterious blade of hers that she always keeps buckled at her waist. Orin sign, sorry, Othar sign, called it. It must be something special to have such an enigmatic moniker. I wish I could help you though, but my speciality lies in pioneering and colonization. Afraid I won't be much use. Now, if you wanted to know where you can find out more, then, well, look who the cat dragged in. If it isn't Awesome Waves, here in the flesh. What a coincidence. Let me give you a piece of advice. Not as a maester, but as a person. Don't rely on whispers and rumors for information. Look, read, feel, and find things out on your own. And when it comes to reading, well, there's one place in Edmonton that stands above all. Where else? The library. Stop wasting your time floundering around like good-for-nothing subordinates and paw your way over there. Volumes of knowledge speak more truths than this moron could ever muster. And since I'm already berating you, Level, stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Excuse me. Yeah. I think I'm making some kind of joke. We'll see how much energy you have left to mock me after I double your shift and take away your lunch break. But my boiled tomatoes will spoil. So today we learned that someone cherishes his meals more than his job. No, it's not like that at all. Standing here and providing guidance helps my day shine brighter than the statue of Altana. Then let me bring a little more light into your life by having you come in this light today. God has saved me. Waves, what are you still doing here? Didn't I tell you to get that scrawny frame of yours over to the library? What tut? If you don't get out of here right now, well, just to say my claws are good for sharpening. Da, 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 da. It was always going to be the library. I don't know why they just didn't let me go straight to the library. Why did they do that? Whoa, Tony. Hello, welcome, Tony, to the YouTube channel. Hope, welcome along. I want to go to here. Good to have you, Tony. You are the #1 chatter on YouTube. Look at that nice crown beside your name. Boo-da-bum-bum. The app crashed in your phone. What? The YouTube app? Waves, always a pleasure to have you come by and pay us a visit. Our fair princess is not here today, but I would be glad to assist you in any way I'm able. Oathar sign, the sword of the Founder King, you mean? All our books on historical happenings and artifacts are located on the shelves towards the back of the room. I have but one request. Please do not cause much of a ruckus this time. Heroes and Legends of Anduin. Yes. You carefully remove Heroes and Legends of Anduin from the shelf. Its red leather cover is emblazoned with the seal of the Order of Antolin. The first chapter, floridly titled White Wings of the Swallow Bring Glory Upon Our House, contains a vivid description of the Founder King's exploits in Ilbuka, as well as a variety of minute and royal retainers. And so it came to be that the Founder King, may his glory blossom eternal, advanced onto the continent with 11 of his most trusted retainers. In one fell swoop, he severed the heads of 100 beasts, and the very trees parted up before his noble visage, their limbs genuflecting as he passed ever further into the jungle. But the innermost reaches refused to yield to even one so steadfast of will and righteous of spirit as his majesty. If he could not breach the veil, then what hope did his 11 retainers have? One by one they fell to demons with teeth as long as great swords and claws as sharp as daggers, or brambled vines whose choking grasps injected poison into the retinue's writhing flesh. Only one remained resolute in the face of the impending doom, the unwavering Mormir of the Order of Schnedic, whose axe cleaved foe after foe in twain in the name of the king. And then the continent began to turn on them. What happened to them that day was lost to the ages. Yet the Founder King surely stared into the cold gaze of death as he lay beneath the shrouded canopy. As the darkness clouded his eyes, he feebly rose his right hand, presented Mormor with his blade and a tiny keepsake, and with his last breath murmured, "Never again shall man set foot into the wilds of Ilbuka." Mormor solemnly accepted these gifts as the Founder King bid him return to Andalin. Mormor hurried back to his city, spreading the Founder King's dying words to all. His duty fulfilled, he marched back into the wilds, never to be heard from again. Oh yeah? Treasures of the royal family. You carefully remove Treasures of the royal family from the shelf. Its spine has gone soft, and a musty smell wafts from its blue cover. Depictions of various jewels, paintings, earthenware, and more adorn the tome's faded yellow pages. Oathar sign. This blade, specifically a poniard, was wielded by the late Founder King from the age of 6 until his untimely demise in the wilds of Ilbuka. Since then, each of Andalin's kings have kept the blade at their side, not just as a ceremonial object, but also as a solemn reminder of the Founder King's dying words. In more recent history, the dissolution of the monarchy means that no one man has ruling authority over the city, yet each Grand Chancellor has continued to uphold this most sacred custom. Owing in large part to the circumstances of the legendary poniard returning to Andalin after the Founder King's fall, rumours abound that the blade holds a latent potent potential within, yet none have seen it do anything more than hang at the owner's waist. And the last book. You carefully remove His Majesty and the Golden Beast from the shelves. This black volume is covered in a thin layer of dust. A colourful illustration meant for a younger audience depicts a 3-yarm-tall beast of unknown species rearing up on its hind legs to confront a battle-ready Founder King. And the biggest monster Andalin ever did see rose up and bared its teeth to the king. How big was it? Why, it made even the biggest mountain look like the tiniest vermin nest. The Founder King's head nearly fell from his shoulders, straining to look up at his face. Its fur sparkled in the light of the bright sun above. The beast gave out a mighty roar. Its claws were bigger and sharper than even the king's sword. "Leave this to me," the king bellowed as he shielded his friends. And so he fought the beast all by himself. They fought for 7 days and 7 nights until the beast finally apologized for making the king mad. "Sorry about that. My name is Tercualan," the beast replied. "So Tercualan, what is it?" "You lost, which means you must obey me." "Of course, master." And that is how the big, scary beast came to travel with the king deep into the jungle. Did you find what you were searching for, Awesome Waves? All volumes, tomes, and treatises ever published in Andalin find their way onto our shelves. If it exists, you will find it here. You wish to learn more about the princess's sword? Would that I could help you further, but if what you seek is not located in our annals, then I am unable to do so. Perhaps the one who knows the most about the blade would be the wielder, Princess Arcelia herself. I had an inkling that my words would bring out the bookworm in you, Awesome Waves. I was thinking back on our conversation and recalled an old legend told about the blade in question. I am pleased that I found you here before you departed. Is your research complete? Then I have impeccable timing. Tell me, have your studies borne fruit? I'm quite interested in hearing what you've learned. Then we can discuss this legend of mine. The Selenia Memorial Library shines once more, a veritable treasure trove of information to be sure, and your discoveries will help put this into proper context. Let me regale you with the tales I have heard, though they may differ slightly from what our sources tell. In an age way hence, shade Dinan his land. What is that? In an age whence shade Dinan his land. I don't know. It's like German words. The warrants of forest shalt flock neon the lem of the merk blade, yet only with the oar of the swallows witward. Hence, one of the white feather shalt flourish the Schwartz Schlext. You seem perplexed, Awesome Waves. Like most legends of old, the words themselves are quite tangled, wouldn't you agree? I have faith that you can puzzle it out. Think of it as a mental exercise that may aid you in your quest. Further well, Awesome Waves, as my task for the day is done, and my games of chance await. Nice, well, it says let's go back to the castle. We do not need to work it out, because we can just follow the guide. This way. Let me actually see if I can. So what does it say? It says, in an age when shade covers land, the warrants of forests shall flock neon the limb, the Merkblade, neath the light of the Merkblade, yet only with the oar of the swallows witward. Hence, one of the white feather shall flourish. The swords 6. I guess I mean, yo, swords. All right, yeah. This expansion has it's at a very lull moment. I feel just lots of talking running around. But the music's lovely in this place, so like it's fine. Do you know what I mean? Music's lovely. Cutscenes are alright. It just feels like there's a lot of yapping. Warp around, yap. Warp around, yap. Well, I'll be. Look who it is. Wait, who are you again? Heavens, where was I when I saw you? Let me think. Was it this place? Was it the thing? Oh, right, you're the pioneer that's on everyone's lips. Was it Awesome Waves? Oh, hurry, I got it. I just knew I could. But sweet mercy, there's no time for small talk. You wouldn't happen to have seen the princess, would you? Oh, I mean, Arcelia, silly. But you knew that, didn't you? I've got like indigestion or something today. I don't know what's going on. Oh dear, what a terrible conundrum. You don't suppose she ran out of the forest again? Okay. This girl's just talking nonsense. Have you heard about her brother? So adorable. I want to squeeze and bite those little toes off. Yo, Lib. I am on Phoenix server. Oh dear, I didn't say that. No one can prove I did. What about you? What server? What's your main? Or do you even play on retail? No, you're playing on private servers. Amazon me. Arcelia is stricken with worry. Do not, and not just for her brother, mind you, but you should hear all the ruckus when the pro or the anti-colonization factions happen to meet in the halls. It tears at her so much that I cannot blame her for wanting to escape the castle. It was just like back then. Back then? This is only a story I heard from my mother, who had been nursing Arcelia after she was born. This is before Ignis ascended to Grand Chancellor. Ignis was quite clever young man, but still a child. Still, a child is a child. His father was always droning on about whether or not colonization would recommence. The castle grew dark, and the tension was so thick you could stab it with a fork. Arcelia always puts on a brave facade of hers, but she detests such heated arguments. She's always been quite sensitive and delicate, you see. So one day, she said enough is enough and left the castle for the Wildlands. Imagine, such a place is so dangerous even for prepared adults. So what hope could a young child have at coming back alive? Of course, a search party was dispatched as soon as they had figured out what happened, but no one could find her. Everyone had all but given up hope when 1 week later, one of the soldiers found her sound asleep in a grassy meadow, one of the few places where light shone through the forest floor. Arcelia was surrounded by all manner of fauna, circled around her frail form as if protecting her. The tale goes that when the party approached her, the beast did not attack, but instead slowly left one by one, receding back into the tree line. But it gets stranger. 1 week she had been in the forest, yet there was not one single scratch upon her pale skin, and her tummy gave not so much as a single rumble. And what's more, Arcelia had not a single memory of what she had been doing that entire time. The only clue we had was a torn piece of cloth marked with a particular sigil that she clutched tightly in her left hand. Yes, a mere piece of cloth. Well, when they saw the sigil embroidered on that piece of cloth, the heads of the 12 orders stood straight up in their chairs, or so I've heard. Hildebert said, in his usual stuffy voice, to think that he would bring such shadows upon our fair city. In other words, all those bigwigs felt that this man, whoever he was at Arcelia's side. All too mysterious, don't you agree? She came back to the castle happier than anyone had ever seen her. Before that, she had been a bit of a shut-in, never passing through the castle gates, but she started to walk around the city more and more after the incident. And when Ignis took on the mantle of Grand Chancellor, she started venturing into Ulbaka more often. And you know what? Things are just like they were then. Never once did the denizens of the jungle so much as breathe on her. It baffles me to the high heavens. Soldiers and pioneers come scurrying back with their tails between their legs, but some mysterious power shields our princess from harm. Though she may be beloved by a certain portion of our citizenry, thanks to those events, there are more than a few who would view her with unease. Some call her the wild-born witch. Oh dear, my poor Arcelia. Why must people say such foul things? There's not a kinder soul in all of Andalin. It burns my blood to even think of it. Oh, Waves, I didn't mean to take it out on you. It's just overwhelming, you know? Now you understand why I believe she must be wandering around the Wildlands if she's not in the castle. The next time you go to the old Book and Mainland, please bring her back with you. Of course I will. I'm so glad to hear to say that. I worry so. After all, we live in troubling times. Her brother needs her more, perhaps, than any of us do. So again, Boy, Altana, what's going on? It's Arcilia. She's... What's wrong? Out with it. She's been abducted by monsters. What? Okay, we're off to Cesiac. Battlegrounds. I might just BRB for a second, see if I can get some rainy or something. Get a bit like... It's not... I don't know. Heartburn or just or something. BRB once again. Now then. Boop, boop, boop. Right then. Let's continue this slow ass story. I do like the characters and stuff. I do like what's going on, but just this section has been very slow. Oh, who want to see the crab? Yeah, sure. Mount crab. There we go. It always makes me giggle to see how fast his legs go. It's unreal. Southwest from the frontier station. We're looking for signs of a struggle. Seven and 8 means up and down. It's more north than. Wait. There we go. Signs of a struggle. Boom. Skibidi-bidoo. Why did you, of all people, have to show your unseemly, cratered face around me? What is more unsettling, though, is that the creatures so base and primitive could possess such unbridled powers. What happened? A tiger happened, that is what. A gargantuan feline with furs fetidly orate as gill dropped in its gutter carried her off in slobbering jaws. That was a hard one to read. The thing towered 3 full persons above us. Never have I seen a grotesquerie of such cloud-cleaving proportions. Not only that, but its deafening roar shook every tree and stone in sight. A single glance into its beady eyes was all I needed to know that this monstrosity would shed Andolin's entire populace to bits to satisfy its uncanny thirst for blood. I swear on my life that I could see those ferocious teeth puncture its princess's fair skin as it whisked her into the jungle. And it was all I could do to stay conscious when I caught wind of its breath. The odour could only be described as meptic stench of death. Why are you here? The stupidity of your question causes my head to throb in pain. What else would I be doing besides searching for the princess? It's only elementary that we expend our utmost efforts to return the order of Andolin's most beloved personage to her homestead if she goes missing. I suppose even the concept proves convoluted to someone who knows only how to spill blood rather than preserve it. Of course, another exorcism. Oh, sorry, riffraff, like you probably call them, spookamouts, or something equally idiotic, is necessary. But just when we thought we had her found. Well, this is what happens when your opponent is too craven to face you head on. I do not truly expect a savage beast to understand the concept of honor, but deception and trickery are the only tactics which he may employ to best someone of my caliber. The injustice of it all makes even my visceral organs boil with rage. We were just ilms away from bringing her home. Brooding about it, however, will accomplish nothing. I would like nothing more than to go barreling into the depths of the forest and rescue our maiden in distress, but such stratagems befit no one but dim-witted adventurers who have heard one too many heroic ballads. An organised search party suits the situation best, not a misdirected band of vigilantes. Feel free to play your little game of sword and spell all you want, but we competent adults will return to Castle Andalin to devise a fully thought out plan. I got pristine hair ribbon. Oh, well, actually, want me to go back to the castle then? Fine. Back on my crab. Look at him go. Look at him go. Bam, skibbity-bidoo. I went the complete wrong way. It all ends up back at the same place. Back to the castle. Is it true that Arcilia was spirited away, the poor girl? If the latest reports are to be believed, then it is indeed true. Apparently, a behemotic creature snatched her up in his jaws and fled to the jungle's inner recesses. Perhaps snatched up is a tad euphemistic. From what I've heard, gulped down would be much more appropriate. If that is the case, maybe she should swallow her pride and relinquish her title of wild-worn witch. Melvin, you do understand how inappropriate that was. My pardon, Skratzig. Still, I get to the meter of this argument. She wandered off into the forest, Daru, hundreds of times and emerged without even a single scratch. Didn't she sleep weep amongst the fauna all by her lonesome, too? She should be fine, even if we make like trees and leave her alone. Plus, maybe the beast Daru just mistook her for one of the cubs and carried her back to its den. You always like finding what's up. It is completely absurd to even entertain such an idea. I never knew how true rang the phrase, wise men speak because they have something to say, fools because they have to say something, until now. And would you care to impart upon us your wisdom regarding the incident, Ingrid? I witnessed the whole thing, and I must profess that the walking atrocity in question had nothing more on its mind than to tear our dear princess limb from limb. I propose that we send a search party for Arcilia, which I will command as soon as possible. We cannot lose even a moment to superfluous debates simply for the sake of following procedure. You nominate yourself as commander? I thought that went without question. I wholeheartedly approve of this measure. After what has befallen Ignis, Arcilia is the last the descendant of the Founder King who can lead our nation to glory. There is no time to waste on mustering troops. The Exorcists will be happy to send their unit of elites, which can be mobilized immediately. How weird. I would never have thought I'd live to see Lord Vortimir volunteering to help Arcilia, let alone put his most valued troops at risk on her behalf. Being part of the Founder King's lineage must be even more important than I thought. We would be ever so grateful for your help, Vortimir. I, for one, place the fate of our nation in your capable hands. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Svenja. We shall not betray your trust. Your Rosulatia's palm glows brightly, grabbing your attention. Its deep red hue can only be interpreted as a warning of ominous events to come. That little blob of green. I had just had an epiphany. How about we have Waves take part in our expedition? She has traversed the old Buka continent time and time again. Her expert knowledge of the field should be an invaluable addition to your squad. With all due respect, Lady Svenja, I would it would be detrimental for the country to rely upon an outsider in a juncture. She may be from another land, but Arcilia has formed a deep bond with her, which that transcends nationality. I'm truly sorry to heap such an arduous task upon you like this. Would you do us the service of accompanying the exorcist in the search of the princess? Of course I will. No bother. Let me at him. Oh, I cannot adequately express the depth of my gratitude towards you. What a kind soul you are. If there is no further debate, I shall set out rallying my unit. But please, I beseech you to keep this incident a secret. We wouldn't want our fair citizens to worry over an issue that's basically solved now, would we? Waves. The creatures that skulk amidst Ulbuka's wilds have claimed the lives of many an unprepared pioneer. It may well behoove you to acquaint yourself with your enemy before endeavouring to slay him. How could I do that? Why, the answer is right under your nose. The Pioneers Coalition is here to serve pioneers. The Lord Vortimir may have said to keep this under the table. I hardly think only mentioning a golden tiger would arouse suspicion. However, it does intrigue me that... and never mind, forget I said a word. I wish you a swift and convincing victory, Mr. Waves. Back to level. More running around talking. They love running around talking in this game. No, this one. I don't know if I took that today. Do 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 do. Howdy, partner. Hope it hasn't been too rough out in the range. So what can I do for you? I want information about a golden tiger. Golden tiger, you say? By golly, I'd be spurned my mount harder than a Twitherim dust storm to get to wherever one of those was. Bigger than a boulder and fangs like logs to boot. Yeesh, maybe I'd be better off sweeping the stables. Either way, I ain't got nothing on a beastie fitting that description. Maybe the Scouts Coalition does. Well, more walking and talking. Doo-doo-doo-doo, Scooby-Doo. Wigglyon. Where's a Wigglyon? Where's a Wigglyon? Hello, Wigglyon. Margaret. Why, if it isn't Waves, I did not misremember your name, did I? Oh, thank the heavens. I do remember clearly, however, that you were present at the fateful gathering of heads. I am constantly dangling from a slippery precipice, from which myriad critical matters hang in the balance. It certainly is a wonder how I managed to remember anything at all. I suppose that is neither here nor there. I doubt you care to know why it was so hard for me to dredge your alias up from the riverbed of my mind. You carry our nation upon your back as you cleared the way for your progress, and you are currently in the process of uncovering where the light from our brightest star has gone. What would someone of your standing want with the Scouts Coalition? But first, let me preempt your inquiry with a query. Despite our collective effort to gaze above and beyond our borders, we still do not know what has become of that star. Oh, but if you do not wish to know our whereabouts, I have not a clue as to why you are here. Ah, I see. That Goliath with towers for teeth and a forest-thick pelage is what you seek? Regrettably, I haven't heard a whit about that particular colossus. The feline part, though, does rub me a certain way. I take it you've heard of Kumhao, the Flashfrost Nakul. All other bestial hellions that stalk the old Buchan jungle look up to him in fear. Excuse me. If there were a creature on a whole continent who'd know this monstrosity's whereabouts, it'd be him. Sorry that I have nothing further to offer, but I can not imagine you need much more. Oh my god. Excuse me. Where can you meet him? That would be pertinent information indeed. He may be found prowling the banks of a lake that lies within Camir Drifts and is rent by the cries of deities. As you will not be heading into battle, you will require a special device to make your intentions known. Just a moment. Here we go. Take this with you when you visit those snowy dunes that lie far to the northwest. The Adventurers Coalition developed this tintinabulum. That's as close as it gets, I guess. And it releases a special noise when rung. To people like us, it's silent as a snow-covered night, but for some creatures, let's say it gets their attention. I will admit that this is neither an orthodox nor a safe method, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I am loath to put someone who's done so much for our alliance in harm's way, but I cannot think of a more appropriate solution to this point. Remember, emphasize that you harbour no ill will, and they are only there for the golden tiger. That will stem the tide of his rage and keep you alive, I hope. Good luck out there. You'll surely need it. Okie doke. Biovac 2. The camera drifts. Yeah, that sounds awful, Margaret. Thank you very much. Send me off to my death. Big snow line. Oh, it's big. He's a big boy. Silence, that infernal racket. What business have you in my domain? Think before you speak, for your life will be forfeit depending on your response. Please, I mean you no harm. Is that so? What then is that cacophonous device? My ears still ring from that horrible discord it produces. If you truly mean no harm, you will dispose of that thing immediately, or else you just hurriedly discard the tintinabulum. Let me guess, you had no idea how loathsome that contraption was. Your panicked manner gave it away. What an interesting stratagem. I must praise whomever outfitted you with that bell. Tell me about the golden tiger. Such trivial topics are beneath me. Do you know where they took Arcilia? What is this? Andulin's figurehead princess has been abducted. Perhaps that bladed vestige of the ancient pact she hangs from her belt is simply for show. Either that, or she is hardly the Spitfire everyone paints her to be. Even so, I cannot imagine any inhabitant of this jungle would dare attack her. Except possibly for him. He's the only one likely to know the whereabouts of the girl. Make for the cave that serves as his den in the southwest corner of the drifts, if you wish to find her. Get me back on my crab. F11. 11 is there. F is here. The way I'm facing, then right. Is there? Yes. The crab is so funny. It's just how fast the little legs go. God damn it. If they couldn't walk across this thing, then. I didn't think I could, but I'll just check. Sure. You're gonna lose. Then get over there. And now he's going north. Yes. North then north. There's the Leafkins. Boom. Oh yeah, this looks good. Ah, there she is. It's like a big coral. Look, they're just walking up to the big fuck off tiger. Have you come to finish what you've started? Sadly for you, I have. Is your head too malformed to grasp the concept of an order, Midlander? I thought I told you to report the castle if you learned anything. If you had, then I would have let you live. Instead, your paltry attempt to exercise your intellect has sealed your fate. Do not take this personally. I did all I could to keep outsiders like you from meddling in this issue between the Andulans. It is what it is. What a bitch. Didn't really take her to be evil. Waves, listen to me. The tiger is not our enemy. He actually saved me from Ingrid and her horde. Oh. Ah. Genuinely didn't expect Ingrid to be evil. Is it true that you found a cure for my brother's illness? Of course, my princess. The answers you seek lie deep within the forest. Allow me to take a stab at escorting you there. Where are you taking me, Ingrid? We shall see. What are you doing? This is nothing personal, Arcilia. It is only that your archaically conservative attitudes about expansion are starving Andalin of its future. If only you were less of a sniveling waif that kowtows to every sprite in the forest, colonization could have gone on unabated, and his ideal world would have been realized. Is there combat in this DLC? Yeah, just been NPCs toning it down. No, I've fought nothing yet. Well, I think I have fought some stuff, but like, it's been really lax. There's been non-stop running around, wait a game day for more story, run around again. Let's go, Tiger. Just smashed his face into the mud. Absolutely, just smashed him. The tiger's fucking awesome. Wait. It was an incredible smashing of the face into the ground. Fucking boof. Incroyable. The tiger saved my life. Be a good girl and accept your fate already. I knew it would come to this. Try and see if you can protect that whimpering wretch. Little did you know, I need not take one step closer with this. My soul siphon. Now that I have this, I have no use for its mortal husk. Get him, tiger. Withdraw all my retainers. It is time to put the next step of our plan in motion. What? We don't even get to fight them. Waves. Gruff and authoritarian voice booms within your skull. By its fearsome tone, there is no doubt it emanates from the golden furred tiger. I am Darkulin, descendant of Terrakulin, who once presided over the entire expanse of this jungle. Worry not about the girl, I shall look after her. You need only concern yourself with pursuing that foul-mouthed shrew. What you would want with the soul of this maiden here is beyond me, but I cannot abide this egregious transgression. Take this with you. It will enable you to discern even the faintest thaumaturgical trace of any who have trod upon my territory. Sadly, however, its effects are fleeting at best. Should its potency dwindle to naught, pay me another visit, and I will provision you with another forthwith. Now away with you. The longer we wait, the less likely it is that we can retrieve her soul. I feel like there will be a fight in shortly, but it's... Oh, I'm actually supposed to chase them. Cool. genuinely chasing me. And I guess if I fail the fight, that's why. Oh, on this southwest corner, G11, F, E, F, G. So they went to the right. Southwest corner. Want something fun? Check your trusts. What do you mean? Before you lies a narrow opening to a crag tunnel, large enough to escape the past person. Ingrid and the other exorcists. Doing this does not initiate the BCM. Magic trusts. I don't. I've got Ingrid. Not Darko. Oh, I do. There he is. Never mind. Do I just get him immediately when... from that? He's pretty fucking cool. He's summon a fucking tiger. Let's go. Ah, okay. What? Since when did these piles of rubble move? Do you hear that, Autumn Waves? It sounds like those thieves are about to meet their maker. Those lithic figures were once deadly beasts. They were petrified long ago, however, by 7 guardians of the forest who had sworn fealty to August and his Retuin. But now, I fear they... Oof. Ba-ba-bum-ba-doodle-doo-bum. Impossible, but they're mere rocks, and I am... now it's time to fight. Let's do it. Let's do it. Rock and or roll. I assume I will just decimate you. I don't know. Not going straight down. Doodle doo doodle doo. Come on, I am it. There we go. Not gonna use it, am I? No? Are we ready? No. Why would you even bother saving us? I don't need a reason. You need no reason. I suspect this is why I always find your kind completely foolhardy and illogical. Are all adventurers from the Middlelands as altruistic as you? What an utter rout. I hardly deserve to hold on to this after such an embarrassing display, so you may have it back. Know that Arcilia has not perished. Her soul has merely been transferred to a different vessel. Once you use this, all shall revert as it was, with the exception of us exorcists, that is. There's nothing left for us now but to atone for our failures. You can't just let them walk away, like... What are we doing? Just leaving them there. Like, we're just leaving them go. Like, go on away, so don't worry about that. Let's ride the beetle. See, the beetle feels slower than the crab, even though it's completely not true. It's just that its legs don't seem to look as fast. But they all go the same speed, so it doesn't matter that it's just doesn't look as fast. The crab should run sideways, that is so true. Should do a little crab shimmy. She's back. Did Arcilla get a card in FFTCG? Probably. FFTCG Arcilla. ILA. Yep, she has cards. She has 2 cards by the looks of it. Three costs forward. No, stop. If I were you, Arcilla, I would never forgive me for betraying you. Thus, I shall graciously accept whatever punish you wish to mete out for me. She tried to kill you. You can't just go, no, do you know what? It's alright. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Look at me, Ingrid. We may reside on opposite sides of colonization issues, but we're both ambivalents. The nation has no hope for survival if we resort to violence. Isn't that right, Waves? Finish her. No. Finish her. I kind of want to say no, finish her. Ha. I haven't recovered nearly enough to inflict pain on anyone. You're always more willing than me to get your hands dirty, Waves. Well, Ingrid, there you have it. There's no point in letting old wounds fester. But I took my soul, perhaps, but I'm still alive and well. That's all that really matters, right? No, it is not. Intent matters for something. How can you be so forgiving? It's obvious that the Exorcist's aid is vital to ensuring that the colonization continues. For the good of our nation, I don't want to burn bridges that don't need to be. Wouldn't you agree? Not really. As you will. I would venture to say her heart is larger than Big Bridge. However, that may very well. You look rather out of sorts, Waves. Is everything alright? I mean, that beast can communicate with me. What? You can hear him inside your head. I hate to say it, but I can't hear a thing. Wait. Could that fruit Rosalita gave you possibly be working magic here? If it is, does that mean that the start of the whole... Does that mean this is the start of a whole other saga? And here I thought we were about to find a cure for my brother's ailment. Her heaving chest. This is like the 5th time this game has allowed me to look at her chest. But I'm going to look at her sword. Because I'm a good adventurer. What about my brother's gesture? You'd think he wasn't pointing at me, but rather at Othenstein? Now that I think about it, I also swear I've heard the cryptic riddle Theodore told you before. Oh, I know. It's remarkably similar to the poem my father would tell us as children. I remember because his face would always become eerily grave whenever he told it. Pretty sure I also heard it on the night I first saw Orthanursign. That's the name of it. The poem I heard isn't exactly the same as what Theodore told you, but I believe it goes like this. In an age when shade in his land, the oar of the swallow's witward shall be fulfilled. The warrants of forest shall raise the merk blade high, and one of the white feather shall flourish in the sword's sext. So the blade in question is Orthanursign, and the time of the prophecy is our own. Yes, Waves, this must be it. Boo-da-boo-boo. What in the... A dragon? Holy moly. Oh yeah? Scourge of the Land. Rumoured to have emerged from Vanadil's primordial muck with the birth of the Ulbukan continent. The pearlescent worm inevitably appears before Andulans in the midst of a great calamity. Therefore, the populace has come to regard its presence as an ill omen of the highest degree. Of late, though, a new theory has been put forward by a scholarly collective. It asserts that the Scourge reveals itself not as a harbinger of crisis, but as a saviour to deliver Ulbuka from cataclysmic destruction. Sorry, Mike, dude. I actually didn't know what happened because I was been streaming, obviously, but I've seen it there in the Discord. Sorry, man. What a crock of shite. Neither hypothesis, however, has been proven. That is the Scourge of the Land. The annals say that the disaster and calamity follow in the wake of its wings, but I always assumed its existence to be more parable than fact. It's positively gargantuan, and yet it retains such an air of dignity and grace. Is that what my brother wanted all along? For us to call forth this regal giant? Well, it sounds like the run died more to MT8, but that's obviously not great either. To have a stream freeze, whatever. Let's hope that the latest theory proves true and his dragon sins are nations soaring above disaster rather than up in flames. I'm doing alright, Mike, yeah. I'm doing good. This expansion that I want to do is just... It's slow. It's had a few cool moments, but it's been slow. Not as engaged with it as I was with the previous ones. Okay, wait until the next game day. So we are unable now to do this. But we need to go back to that. That's fine. So I can just warp out of here. Let's go do the other quest then that I said I was going to do, which is... this one. I need 2 bomb arms, a revival tree root, and... he wants here. Do I have bomb arms? Item search. Bomb arm. No. What about revival tree root? Revival tree root. No. Okay, I can go buy them. Yeah, this game very cozy, Mike. It's just chill. Hopping around, doing a bit of story. Nothing too stressful. I'm actually enjoying the complete change of pace of streaming. Something like this. Something I would never normally done, to be honest. 10k for that. What about this one? 30k for that. What about this? 20k for that. How often does that sell? Sold yesterday. Sure. I will go back to speedrunning. Well, actually, sorry, as I should mention, I actually plan to try speedrun this month. At some point. And see how I get on with it. So this will be mixing both things. The FF11 people that have come along, and then also keeping the speedrunner dudes happy because there'll be a timer on the screen. So it'll do both. It'll do both. I want to check something actually. Mike, while you're here, might be a good thing that you can listen for. I wanted to see if that'll do it. Screwdriver. The dip switch on. You've got a. Have you a same mic as me now? Have you the same mic as me, Mike? Ba, 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 ba. Mine's just an MB. Mine is not the plus. Mine is not the plus, it's the actual just OG. But there's a dip switch here at the back for there. To cut some mids. I wonder if it makes much of a difference. So this is with the mids cut. So 1, 2, 3, this is with the mids cut. 1, 2, 3, this is without the mid cut. 1, 2, 3, mids cut. 1, 2, 3, no mids cut. Is it? I think in my head already, it sounds much clearer with the mids cut. Thoughts? And I've already rolled off the bass as well. Wait, am I wrong? Is it a mid boost? Sorry, it's actually a mid boost. I have it upside down. Very minimal difference. I think this does sound a bit better now. Sorry, I have it the wrong way around because the mic's upside down. So it was actually boosting, not cutting. It's more, there's a bit of additional clarity, yeah. I think I took it off. I think I might have had it on before, but I probably took it off when I was recording something to have a more... Oh, okay. Go with that a bit. Now then. You're on your earbuds. Okay, sorry. Not sure what you were hearing. Right, so we need to go back to Windurst. But I wanted to buy... I forgot to buy the things I was going to buy. Forgot to buy the things I wanted to buy. I have a terrible habit of not speaking directly into my microphone either. So I've noticed that when I've listened... Not listened back to streams, but I had to highlight something there one of the other days. And I noticed that, like... Because I was off access to the mic, it just... The clarity just dies. It's really not great. Mike, don't worry about it. That's all good. I was just kind of wondering. Materials, probably alchemy from bomb arms, I assume. Bomb ash. Don't see bomb arm. What about revival tree root? Revival. Tree root, there. Are they actually 5k each? I did not know that. Because I've like had them and just chucked them away so many times. I don't see where a bomb arm is. Surely under alchemy, like. Maybe it's under others and beastmate. Nope. Let's see where a bomb arm is. It's ammunition. Unreal. Weapons. Ammunition. How much is that? 55 million. Of course it is. Sure. Where is bomb arm? There. 10 gauge, you bastards. Alright. We have everything we need to complete this quest. Do you want to see if I can... There was something I picked up a while ago I want to sell as well. Sell... brass rod. Yeah, that's all I can do, I think. Boom, ba da doo, boo da, boo doo doo doo, Scooby Dooby Doo. So I believe it's when there's walls. To go up this way. Shantoto's Manor. Those, same. That's the same one. What's the next thing? Here we go. Our peeping Tom has been enjoying the skeleton dance curse I placed on him. No? I don't feel too sorry for him, as it'll wear off again within a day or so. But my, haven't I mellowed with age? You should have seen me back when I was the Minister of the Oristry. I pulled no punches at that stage. You're not wanted to give me the quest, please. Why won't you let me? You must wait 1 day at end zone after completing the previous quest, which I did. Oh, sorry, to activate this quest, I should start with... Oh no. It's a Shantoto. Where's He1 Key1? Keys. There. Let's see what they have to say. No. I don't understand why that quest won't start. Well, that quest will not start. So... we have to wait a little bit longer to do the quest in Enlin again. What can I do for a little bit of time? I might as well wait here and check can I start this quest when the thing runs over. When the day takes over. Probably the best option. Isn't this skeleton thing Mike Chat does? It's a Brutals did, yeah. It's a... the bone zone. Sounded great on car speakers. Brilliant. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you, dude, for checking. Thanks very much. So it is in game time. It is 10:30. So I just need to wait a couple of minutes real time for it to tick over midnight, and then we should be able to start our next quests. Where is this category? Seekers of Andolin. How close to the end of chapter 3 am I? Oh, I'm right at the end of chapter 3. I'm at the end of chapter 3. What do I need to make them again? I keep forgetting what I need to make stuff. Oh, I actually realized as well. I think I need to do Omen like another 2 or 3 things. I need to do like Omen 2 or 3 more times to kill enough things. Mad, okay. Alright, Mike, take it easy, dude. Safe driving. The proximity, you get a habit of checking. Yeah, I'm desperate with it. But my one is that especially when I have camera on, I don't like having the mic right in my face. So I leave it off to the side, and it makes such a difference. Oh, I already have 3 warrior cards, which means I actually have enough to upgrade my... feet. But I need to do more Omen. To do more Omen. So it's 11:30 now. Just wait. It's almost there. I like that when you jump in this game, because jump was added later. It wasn't there my time. You jump into your name tag. Like you jump in front of it. It just looks so funny. You jump in front of your name. I love it. Oh, how do you... I mean, I guess Google this one. I'm waiting, actually. How to use job gestures. FFXI. I always forget this. Job emote. Aha. There's the warrior specific job emote. But now, can I do the dancer one? Do I need to be a dancer? No, there you go. It gives me pom-poms. No, I've got pom-poms. Amazing. I love it. I love it. I love it. It is midnight gun. Yeah, let's talk to Shantoto once more. See if it works. Nope. Okay. Well then, we shan't be doing this quests. I guess I need to zone in or zone out or something, which we won't do. So let's go to Andolin. And continue the story a little bit. So I'm almost finished chapter 3. We're pretty much at the end. We are at the end of chapter 3. And there are only 5 chapters. Okay. Not ridiculous. It would take another few streams though. Because I already see that there's another wait more game days. They really did want to just gate people from blitzing through it. Trying another 1 point. Anduin Isles, Western Anduin. Yes, please. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo-boo, boo-boo. Low level. Oh, so what is it? I mind my own business. I'm playing those nose harp. You want to fight about it? Ready and raring. Forget about it. I'm not going to let myself end up just another bushwhacked in your pioneering conquest. You really want to know why I'm so happy? Let's just say, even someone like me who shovels leaves, bureaucratic manure all day has an occasion to get excited. You know how everyone was worried about Archelia's sudden disappearance, right? Then maybe you'd know whether this whooper's actually got some weight behind it or not. They say Archelia was spirited away by demonic vermin. Well, what do you think? Could it actually be true? Distract him by humming. Waves, I never thought I'd say this, but your humming's the most terrifying thing I've ever heard. It sounds like the wailing of the damned. Wait, what are we talking about? Well, the important thing is that the princess is snug as a bug in a rug, once again. Speaking of which, she's been moseying on into our humble establishment quite often since she returned. With Ignis's illness eating away at his capability to lead, seeing her sweet face has been a breath of fresh air to the pioneering initiative. Colonization has been marching along to the tune of progress, and we Pioneers Coalition members get to gaze upon Arcelia's radiant beauty almost every day. It's enough to move you to song. Oh, come on. I thought you could take a joke. Either way, that's not all her return has blessed us with. I'm not sure why, but even those curmudgeons in the Order of Weatherspoons have stopped flapping their gums over the colonization issue. I can finally work without getting a sermon about the Founder King's last words. Come to think of it, I bumped into Ingrid from that very order the other day. She gave me the dirtiest look I've ever seen in my life when I mentioned your name. You'd have thought I'd spat in the face of the goddess or something. What in the high seas happened between you two? Wait, maybe it's not best to pry. I will say though, Scuttlebutt has it that the exorcists no longer make patrols into the jungle. Could it be that you called upon some unholy powers to manipulate them into level, less shrieking, more working? Leather. And you can be sure I'll tan your hide if you call me that again. Run. Whoopsie, did I say that out loud? I guess I'll have to tell the others not to use it anymore. What was that? Look at the time. So much to do. Such a tight schedule. I best put my nose back to the grindstone. Level. I never knew you were so devoted to performing. Well, what? Oh, I mean, you can't judge a book by its cover, my Maester Levango. In that case, then why don't you take a page out of my book and kiss your next day off goodbye? What? No. I never know if he's playing cat and mouse with me, or he's really that dumb. As it would happen, Waves, I have a request. You see, we've learned that a problem has arisen within the Couriers Coalition. Even though it may turn out to pose only the tiniest threat to the colonization, we must walk like cat on eggs. Now that the voice of the opposition has finally gone silent, we can't afford to jeopardize the strides we've made. Failure is not an option here. This is why I need you to go to the Couriers Coalition and find the source of this trouble. Will you do that for me? No problemo. Thank you. Hopefully, you can track down and snap this problem's neck in two before it causes any harm. Happy hunting. Oh, wait, this way. The Couriers Coalition is right by the plateau. I'm just going to run up here. We need to talk with Kipling. See the fella that makes the cakes. There he is. Mr. Kipling. Damn me to the darkness. Whoa, it's been such a long time since I last saw you, Awesome Waves. What's the matter? We've no place to store this massive cargo destined for the Midlands. That's what. None of the documents are even in order. It's partly the finance minister's fault, but still. You do know that the minister has to sign off on all national transactions, right? Of course, that doesn't apply to private business deals. So you'd think the work will be manageable enough. However, every form has been littered with mistakes lately. It's plunged the warehouse into utter chaos, I tell you. Now that I mention it, I don't recall a time when Antlin's finances were in such a state. The Order of Wolterus trains their members well. Every minister I've heard of has studied there. And they've all been absolute sorcerers with numbers. Perhaps the greatest of them all is our current one, Melvin de Mailcrox. He can tally hundreds of different accounts in the blink of an eye, all while eating a 3-course breakfast. He needs but a brief glance over even a tower of documents to spot every single error, and only a few swift strokes of the quill to rectify them. That's what makes this rash of obvious mistakes even more odd. We've seen not just mathematical errors, but whole chunks of information omitted. Thanks to the ministry's sloppy work, our warehouse is overflowing with some materials and completely lacking others. It's physically impossible to fulfill our orders with what we have. Sorry to drag you into this, Waves, but could you possibly head to the waterfront and check how things are going? I'm sure it's all topsy-turvy over there, but maybe you can find which end is up. Western End doing number 9. Ba-da-dum. Do-do-do. Scoo-doo-doo-doo. Can I interact with the doors? There. Boo-doo-boo. Boo-doo-boo. When did this drudgery cease? When will this drudgery cease? Sorry. What would a pioneer like you be doing at a cesspool of a warehouse? How's it going? Do you even need to ask? Take a look around. It's bedlam incarnate. We have a dearth of bare necessities and a surplus of luxury items. I cannot fathom how our city will be able to subsist if this ridiculousness continues any further. Gulbarian, may I have a word with you? If you think I have the time for idle twaddle, you are solely... Oh, my apologies, Lord Estinux. You have no time for kissing up to people, Gulbrin. I am here to inform you that we still do not have adequate time frame for shipping you-know-what. You surely do not mean... Oh, this is enough to make me bash my head against the warehouse wall. Do you see what I mean, Pioneer? It's a veritable maelstrom here. Oh my, you would not happen to be Awesome Waves by any chance, would you? Have I heard of you? Of course I have. I would venture that there is nary a person in Castle Andalin who has not heard your name. It echoes from the rafters whenever patrons and servants alike gather. What? This mealy-mouthed girl is really that famous? Indeed she is. I assume that it is thanks, in large part, to how much trust Arcelia places in her. That hardly comes as a surprise, though, and the tales of Awesome Waves' adventures in the Middlelands are to be believed. While we're on the topic of introductions, allow me to make my own. My name is Estinux, and I am an aide to Melvin de Milcroix. Sir Melvin has been preoccupied of late with other tasks, so I have assumed his ministerial duties for the time being. And a right mess you've made of it too. Would I could argue with that statement? Yes, I admit that my capabilities pale in comparison to the minister's. In my defense, though, no being could review dozens of documents simultaneously as he does. It is not hyperbolic in the least to suggest that Melvin de Mailcroix is the single biggest reason for the nation's mercantile success. I have barely slept a wink in the past fortnight, yet have come to nowhere near to replicating his Ephes. What was that? A land shiver? It would stand to reason, seeing how there has been a spate of them recently. For certain, they are equally as disheartening as the current distribution situation, if not more so. The last one, of some force, decimated a church on a nearby islet. To think, a building of historic significance that stood for generations, gone in an instant. Where would we ever find the blald with which to rebuild it? Although I suppose this is the least of our worries at this juncture. Which brings me to something I would like to discuss with you, with Waves. To tell the truth, we have been saddle-horned with a tall order from your homeland. They request a contrivance that is oft made by our very own Inventors Coalition. To craft, we would need an F-skin, a lock of manticore hair, a buffalo horn, a square of manticore leather, and a square of buffalo leather. Nothing else comes to mind, at least. As you may have surmised, the commodity in question is a bison jacket, made from the finest Ulwoka materials. It proved so popular that it has found its way to the Midlands for generations. Where am I? Oh yeah, the coalition artisans that stitch them are so fine and skilled that not even the most scrupulous of fashionistas can tell the difference between those jackets and the originals. Therefore, it is only natural that we are inundated with orders from the Midlands. While we have measures in place to fulfill this hearty demand, we simply are not prepared for an order for disproportions. Oh, and by the way, yes, I now realise that I forgot to add one of those items mentioned to the official list of the required materials we sent earlier. Please forgive me that oversight. Thanks to my folly, we are now short on squares of manticore leather. Our client is breathing down my neck about the shipment, so I will likely need to ask other pioneers to lend me their aid as well. Waves, I beseech you, could you please find it in your hearts to actually help rectify this mistake? The pleasure is mine. Your largest truly knows no bounds. Once you procure one square of manticore leather, I would ask that you bring it to Gulliran at the warehouse for safekeeping. May the heavens light your way. Okie doke, do I have a square of manticore leather? Item search. Manticore leather. Yo, Spiny, welcome in, my dude. How are you? PB rate, let's go. Did I say largest wrong? Largesse? I don't know how you pronounce it. I don't know what that word means. Largesse.
Largest.
It's pronounced largesse. Largesse refers to an extreme generosity in bestowing money or gifts, often given ostentatiously, or the generous gifts themselves. There you go.
Largest.
Largesse. There you go. Thanks so much for the raid, Spiny. Thanks for bringing everybody in. Hope you had a good time at FF8 today. And the GG on the PB. What was the final time? $420. Let's go. GG, dude. It's getting pacey. Getting pretty pacey. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boom 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 boom. Tribute PB, that's insane. It's insane. But thanks so much for the race, Spiny man. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Okay, I need to find a square of manticore leather. Good stuff, dude. West Van Leeuwen auction house, please. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Mm, 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 mm. nice of them. Never that lucky. I need to get materials, leather crafting, a square of manticore leather. Bet you that's going to be pricey. Manticore leather. 7 of them there. 40k. Fine. Rup-a-bow. Boo-da-boo-boo-da-boo. West Andean waterfront. Boo, 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 boo. Apparently the item that they ask for is dependent on your bond with Arcilia. Your help is much appreciated, Waves. With this in our hands, we can finally ship out. One last thing, could you inform the Couriers Coalition that we will soon be able to provide them with their portion as well? Thank you so much. Back to the Couriers Coalition. Very good, very good, very good. I don't know how they managed to, like, because this is the newest expansion, and it's like one of the most interesting looking cities and areas. But I feel like they really dropped short on the actual missions. I feel like it feels, this is not a dig, but it feels like Final Fantasy XIV questing. Just go eat, which I know is like a generic formula for MMO questing, but like, it really does feel like I'm just going A to B, A to B, A to B. And no other expansion felt like this. Just this one. Just this one. Speak of the demons. If it isn't Awesome Waves, we've received our allotment of the goods to help you procure it. I'm sure you've already been thanked, but allow me to do so. Judging from what I've gathered, the waterfront must have been in pandemonium. You take that back, mister. I'm sorry, Lou. It's true, though. This expansion so far has been... I kind of like the story. The characters are pretty good. The cutscenes are very good. But it's just... It feels such... I'm 3 chapters in. And it's been... Sorry, I'm on chapter 4 of 5. And it really hasn't fucking kicked off at all. So the fiasco was all due to the finance ministry's miscalculations. That's rather odd. Milvan de Milcrow mind is sharper than a spear, and his passion for the colonization movement burns brighter than a wildfire. Someone as intelligent as he must see that any negative impact on trade with the Midlands will adversely affect pioneering. I guess the rumours are true after all. You mean? I can't attest to the veracity of these claims, but I heard that the majority of the finance minister's duties are now being handled by aides. However, even this legion of assistants can't seem to match his bookkeeping prowess. How he's been able to stay afloat with that veritable sea of paperwork is beyond me, but it reaffirms just how extraordinary an individual he is. Anyway, my point is that the myriad of hardships have befallen our sacred city in his absence. Such is an inevitable consequence of the whole organisation relying on one person. I suppose, as they say, a bridge with one abutment can't help but collapse. Or at least that's what my mentor always said. In retrospect, perhaps I shouldn't be making light of the situation when the nation's fate is at stake. Wouldn't be prudent. What would be prudent, though, is apprising Maester Reginald of this possible development. There may still be just rumours, but our little talk just now has given me pause. One can never be too cautious with the sensitive information. Thanks for helping me make up my mind. Oh, and for helping down at the waterfront too. Or maybe, do you know what? Well, actually, it might be to do with, it also might be to do with, this is probably like making it feel like that's the case, is that they've divided these missions way more often. So like, for the earlier missions, it was like, here's a whole fucking 3 pages of what you need to do to complete this mission. And then you go on to the next mission. Whereas this, this is now a mission. So the mission I'm on right now, so talking to that last guy was mission 413. And now this talking to this guy is mission 414. So it feels like every little mission is like, just run here, talk to this guy. Whereas if it was just one entire thing of like, go here, talk to this guy, then go talk to them, and then go get the item, and then go back, and then go here, and then go there. If that was all on the one page, it mightn't feel so bad. But I do understand why they separated them better. Waves. What exactly was brewing at the Couriers Coalition? I see, the Finance Ministry has nincompoops as big as ours, huh? You might not feel like you've done much, but trading is all about trust. And you've definitely earned the Courier Coalitions. What's that? Waves saves the day once again? I knew from the very moment I laid eyes on you that you were destined to become a walking legend. And the more I listen to your caterwauling, the more I'm convinced that you've never been anything but a walking travesty. That's not true, right, Waves? I could say he's great at play. He's passionate about his job. I like Levin. Leave Levin alone. Well, he's definitely a different breed of cat. One that won't even scratch when I tell him he's going on double his assignments. What? No. I always find that Level's work improves when he has a fire under his tail. As always, I appreciate what you've done for us, Waves. This may not be much, but you more than deserve it. I wonder what Melvins is preoccupying himself with, though. I don't know of anyone who needs his expertise right now. Once again, you must wait a day. What a stupid system this is, that you must wait another day. Boom, bum, 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 bum. Don't forget to hydrate, people. Drink water. Do. So what will I do now? I guess they just don't have many things. Let's go try and talk to Shantoto again. I know, I guess, yeah. Like, there's very few actual genuinely unique NPCs, bar like the main characters of each expansion. Yep, you need to wait 24 in-game, like at gate. No, sorry, it's like you just have to wait for the day to take over. So if you did it at 11:30, you could just wait 30 in-game minutes, which is like a minute. So. But yeah, it's 10 a.m. in the morning, game time, right now. So I have to wait a long, long time. And I'm hoping that's all that's wrong with this quest too. Oh, you mean the character arc? Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, this is the first. This is the only expansion that I've seen that's done this really. Like, there's some things like with items where you like trade it in to get it upgraded, and you gotta wait a day. That stuff is fine. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, goodness, for you're here. Good. I've been looking all over Winters for you. Say, you don't happen to have any dependents, do you? Like, would anyone be saddened if you were put behind bars? Would anyone grieve if you disappeared to the stars and cry out in despair? Well, no matter. Either way, that doesn't concern me today. Personally, I don't want to rot in a prison, you see, so it's inevitable that you're the one who'll take the fall for me. Hey, you're my compass, you know? I can't say that it's not. If you recall, without pride or plum, you're the one who helped me cast the curse on that peeping Tom. You know, with the skeleton dance curse, you curl, I used a pinch of bomb ash and bone chips along with my misery staff to vex the voyeur. Well, the truth is, that wasn't the skeleton dance curse I cast. It seems I did the old invoke the grip of death curse, oh blast. An honest mistake that anyone could make. So we actually have hexed the person to death, I fear. Quite a disagreeable aftertaste for an act of sweet vengeance, dear. But maybe death hasn't taken a complete hold of him yet. We might still have time to save him, so don't sweat. Oh, but to undo the curse you'll need 2 bomb arms, a revival tree root, and a lock of hair of the unfortunate person we hexed. Revival tree roots are quite hard to come by, and it's impossible to remove a lock of the cursed person's hair without them noticing, I dread. So I guess we will have to give up on this plan, and you just have to take the blame for both of us and go to jail instead. Well, okay, if you say so. I'm glad you were so understanding. It makes matters as simple as you are, darling. Now all you have to do is go to the local gatehouse, confess to the crime, turn yourself in. So this is the Peeping Tom. Wait, maybe I actually didn't do it right. Maybe I actually should have said that I'm going to do the quest. Oh, actually, I didn't even accept the quest. Fuck's sake. Man. I didn't realize they were worth 5k each. I've been just chucking them. I thought they were like just whatever items. Fucking 5k pop. Oh, you make me lose my temper, dear. Fine. If you want to avoid imprisonment, you'll have to go find 2 bomb arms, a revival tree root, and a lock of hair of the person that cursed. If you can do that impossible feat, I'll smooth things over for you, nice and neat. Oh, so this is why this guy is like going eek or whatever, because he's fucking dying. I got a lock of his hair though. Trade. Two bomb arms. Revival root. And where's the lock of hair? Well, do you not see it? Oh, there, he wants here. Oh, wow, you found all the things we need, but how? Oh, and gee, you even managed to obtain the hair, I see. Which means he's alive and well, is he? Which means neither of us need to go to jail after all. Oh, I'm so glad I don't have to wear a chain and ball. Here, let me remove that nasty curse without a moment's delay. For even as we speak, the seconds to his death are still ticking away. I hope I'm not too late, dearie. Here it goes. Whammy. You can hear the spell going off outside. Well, let's clear that right up. I'm glad I've the knack of undoing hexes. I'm sure it sure gets you out of such little vexes. Anyway, I've had enough of cursing for the time being. Here, I'll give you this misery staff, if you're agreeing. After all, it won't hurt to dispose of the evidence, especially if the victim takes offense. Oh. So now... I think there's still another quest to do. Probably need to wait another day. Okay, you just need to zone it out for this one. That's fine. Let me just go to another area and come back. I think we can just run south. Then I'll jump over on the way. Yeah, okay. I'm on there. We only need a lock of your hair if you are a peeping Tom, not a peeping Tony. And you were already cursed with the skeleton dance that turned out to be a death grip. curse. So, I think we're okay. I think you're in the clear, Tony. Not a beaver, but I do feel cursed. Dun, dun, dun. I like that. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-do. I don't understand why there's a red marker on the map here. Always. It's like there's an enemy down there somewhere. So I spent 400,000 today on those things. Yeah. Just the guild doesn't last long. I had 2 million gil, but 2 days ago. But I guess I haven't been making any gil. Yeah. Okay, we should be able to start the next quest with this person. It's about the trust again, that's fine. Here we go. That's you again. To tell you the truth, I'm glad you're here. Right now I'm looking for someone who can do me a favor, namely anyone who can manage to reach the Bosidine Glacier. Do you have a friend who's a black mage? Or worthy of meeting me, the great sage? Of course. Oh no, wait. That's not what I'm supposed to say. Ask if I'm worthy. You? A marvelous joke. You adventurers are such amusing folk. The place is terrible as far as I can tell. From beast to the weather, the Northlands are snow white hell. It's a place where an onion adventurer like you could perish, and probably would. So now go on home and act like a total loser should. What you talking about, Shantoro? Well, I get... Well, okay. Well, I expected you to step back and cower, but I guess I will put up a little faith in your loser power. You know of those magic towers in Sarabutra? Well, the Bosidine Glacier has some too. Go there and you will find researchers working in the Rhinoceros. Minister Rukusuzu. I want you to ask her something. If you'd be so kind, please inquire if that new magic of mine is working fine. Oh, and one more thing I'd like you to tell before you come back to Windurst. Tell her if she doesn't reply soon, she'll find herself cursed. Rukusuzu is terrified of onions and ghosts, so I'll conjure up a curse with those things she hates the most. Okay. Okay, we go to Bosidine Glacier. This is the final quest with Shantoro. I don't know if there's a quest for trust, but this is the last thing we need to do anyway, so it's not so bad. Rap-a-da-da-doodle-boo. Is there? There is a teleport straight to Bow City. There's definitely a book there. It's in God damn it. Current region. Waters exit, maybe? Nope. Oh, Magos. Nope. Walls, Magos. Nope. Port Windhurst, Magos. Nope. Windhurst Woods, Magos. Where is the goddamn book in this stupid city? Gotta hate Windhurst. Sure. Ba-da-doo, ba-da-doo. Diddle-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Wait, is there an atom site? No. This one. Teleport 2. Origin release. Unfortunately, no, it did not. He got a level 8 Ifrit, which is exceedingly low. That's very unlucky. But it's very likely to happen in LD2 runs, where Ifrit will be level 8. And then there's a strat to do it, but he didn't do it right or something, and he ended up dying. Map. I9. This I? Doesn't look like I. No, I7. Let's go with this one. Let's get to that one. Down here, to the north. Can you dig on these tubes? I wonder if it's telling me I can't dig because of the chocobo, or I can't dig because that's the area. Dun, 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 dun. So I think it's this tower up here. Torino, San Marino. A girl. Some elven guy brought a dead-looking girl to us. Is that the one? Well, she was frozen moles into the bone, so we helped her out. The elven was in too much of a hurry to wait for us. to revive the girl and headed off to the north himself. Not very considerate, if you ask me. That's what I wanted to do. You know. What do you want? Really, really? You came from Windurst? Yes, we are researchers from the Rhinocery. How's the new magic working? Well, what is that? Dr. Shantoto asked for that. She must be furious. Oh well, we did receive the new magic from the Dr. Shantoto. But when we tried to make it to the Minister Rukusuzu, the writing disappeared, leaving it completely unusable. After bringing the new magic back here, we managed to get the writing to appear again, but the same thing happens every time we try to take it to the Minister. It must be some evil weevil influence of the Feiyin ruins, although I can't pointeroo it exactly. Maybe it has something to do with our connection to the Rhinocery. Hey, can you take this to Minister Rukusuzu in our place? All right, Aru. Mr. Rukusuzu is in a small chamber on Feiyin's lower level. Come straight back here after the writing disappears. If the writing disappears before you reach her. Head to Feiyin. Using home point number 2 is the fastest. So, items. Warp back. Yeah, so there'll be nothing. There's nothing that will aggro me here. Nothing will aggro me here at my level. This was like near the end of the first game. So Feiyin, home point 2. I think something's in Feiyin might. No, probably not. I guess. Boo, 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 boo. Travel to another home point. Yeah. Feiyin, home point 2. Which place is Feiyin again? I'm going to figure it out. The place at the north side of Bosadine. Yeah, I remember his face. Be careful of how many monsters you kill. Oh. Try not to kill anything else. So I need to go to F6. Am I in map 2? What map is this? This is map 2. Yes. So F6. F6 are still there. So ideally, well, I can just use this, can I? Field sports. Circumspection. Yes. Just in case something aggroes that I don't want to kill. What are these? Yeah, they're IEPs. They're incredibly easy praise, so they might have aggroed us up. Rather than having to deal with them and messing up the quest. It's so sad that the original areas like these ones never had music. Probably one of the areas that I've been to the least. I don't think I've been here very much. I know people used to farm some NM here back in the day. I can't remember what it was. Oh, he's not here. He's actually over there. I can see him on the map. La da doo da doo 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 doo. Oh, there's Cassie, I can't remember. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Oh, you're looking for moi. I'm really quite busy studying this golem as the moment through. If you have something to say to moi, say it tout suite. It came all the way from Windhurst. Well, now that is quite a journey. Aha, you've succeeded. C'est magnifique. We've had all sorts of bother trying to get to Dr. Shantato. Magic here intact. With this magic, we can increase the intensity of our research. We take this news to Dr. Shantoto along with our thanks. S'il vous plaît. Just a moment through. Shantato did not mention anything about the ghosts or onions, did she? Ah, never mind. Be extra careful on your way home, mon ami. That's it. We're done. Head back to the big room after. Okay. I've sneak up. These are all sound, aren't they? Pots are magic. My goodness, boy, it's gonna. Cassie, yeah. Caprice Cassie is here. Oh, okay. Is it a difficult enemy? These are all IEPs. Oh, this is so much. Cost me nothing. Gotta kill the rice elemental too. Where are you? Oh, there she is. No, Cassie. Here, kitty kitty. Oh yeah, just Ooh, Nana. There I go. Who says it? There. There we go. You know what? It's no walkover. You got Cassie's earring as well. Converts 50 MB HP. Very cool. What's it good? Re-razor. We didn't get any no. Didn't get oh, it's another minute 40, I think. I'll just wait a little bit. Or is it quicker to get back to the... The home buy's probably quicker. Like 50 million gil, holy moly. Yeah, just the fiber we wanted, I guess. They make little robot noises. What am I doing? I actually made a... Travel to Windhurst Walls Auction House. Yes, please. And this quest has taken almost the perfect amount of time because it's almost change of day again, which means we can continue with more. Do quest complete. Dear, did you come to apologize for your failure? Oh, my new curse will work just as fine on you, I'm sure. I doubt a total loser like you could have noticed if it was true what they were saying, but I wonder if that magic tome really vanishes when you fight the golems in Feyin. Those brutes don't know what a nuisance they're being. By the way, I hate to admit it, but you did fairly well for a total loser. So, how was Rokusuzu, the old airhead? For being deathly afraid of the undead, she sure spent much time away from her Windhurstian bed. It must be thought of getting revenge, I dread, for what happened to her professor, Irukuri, that drives her instead. I guess I must present you with your reward for your deed. I will bestow upon you my special magic, for which I'm sure you're in need. What does she even give me? Oh, that's actually a good spell. She gives you Warp 2. This version should stand up even to the strongest golem magic, and use it well, and maybe your days as a total loser won't be so tragic. Warp 2 was very, very useful back in the day. It's not really anymore. So now, Toto, I think I can just talk to her. She just give me the tome for the Just give me the trust. Those impudent fools in the Juno Institute, after all their years of research, I thought they'd be more astute to let the rogue Egido Megido in on the game while I sit here dethroned, maligned, and shamed. Well, I see that Awesome Waves has come to visit me. This is no pleasant surprise. My heart is filled with rage, not glee. Yes, since you're here, I'll share with you my brilliance. I have a task here which will test your resilience. Together we are to undertake the ritual known as Extreme Trust. If the ceremony fails, you are less than a blade covered in rust. Attempt the ritual, yes. Now, that's a response one of my stature likes to hear, but someone as grand as me to guide you. There's surely naught to fear. However, let me first provide you with several words of warning. If this fails, it's on your head and you won't live to see the morning. Yes, this quaking and quivering of yours is not attractive whatsoever. Fear not, for there is a method behind the madness of this endeavour. As an aside, one of my journeys of late took me to another world, though far be it from me to mention what calamities have occurred. There I discovered something wonderful, a vast sum of advanced erudition. The 5 ministries could work for millennia and still be no competition. The world that we know is far more expansive than we thought. All our treks, travels and tomes, how our experiences taught us naught. Though the distance at first seems uncrossable, when the universe is your oyster, nothing is impossible. Do you get what I'm trying to say? We can cross whole dimensions, not in centuries, but today. Probably. The panicked look in your eyes tells me that all I need to know. To look smarter than you are, you've decided to go with the flow. To be frank, it matters little whether you are not, you understand. If separate worlds are connected, then so is the common man. And what's more, this does not stop at Galka, Mithra, or Hume. All life is intertwined like threads of wool on a loom. When I took the time to consider this further, it gave me pause. Could I not utilize this knowledge to further my cause? For example, what if someone were to threaten my place in history? I could extract their mortal fears and make them writhe in misery. But while I was pondering this fantastic piece of news, the fools in Juno announced something similar, so I lose. Their methods are different, trust, friendship and love, but the theory is the same, and all fits like a glove. Can you believe it? They stole the topic of my next dissertation. I've half a mind to make them the target of my next conflagration. Imagine the nerve of those involved in the project. It was a major affront, a sign of total disrespect. Those want-to-be wizards denied me my prize when, in the grand scheme of things, they disease-ridden flies. They refuse to provide me with fruits of my labour. I swear they will suffer. I'm not rattling my sabre. When all this is over, I will have been more than just cruel. Their leader shall cower before me. I pity the fool. Yet even that I am willing to overlook, for I shall have my way, by hook or by crook. So instead I've chosen to develop the magic myself. Come stand beside me, leave your reservations on the shelf. Yes, Awesome Ways, my first subject will be you. There are many more worthy, but I suppose you will do. I command you to take a deep breath and close your eyes. Whether you survive the process, I can only surmise. Well, Waves, now you've really got to egg on your face. This can't be my fault, so it's you who's misplaced. There's but one thing to do, and it comes with no surprise. Let the cold darkness take you, and face your own demise. It might be the harshest mistress of all Vanadil, but I may yet forgive you if you at my feet you kneel. I couldn't be more magnanimous, considering that you've done, after all the way you nearly killed the Taru left under your gun. What's this then? You dare claim I was the mastermind? That brazen arrogance of yours is totally unrefined. Your accusations are irrelevant. Your mind shrouded with fog. So let me continue. This is my monologue. I think back on when you brought back that fool Prish. I'd wager the girl cannot fathom the horror she unleashed. I can still hear Yorn Orn wailing in despair. I swear, Dr. Shantoto, there's no illegitimately heir to thee. But looking back now, it was a good deal of fun, so I shall forgive you. All people get one. It gives me a great pleasure to say that to my will you shall bend. So come to my cold embrace and meet your untimely end. Ooh. They say when faced with death, people bite back like cats in a cage. I thought it was old wives' tale, but whoever came up with this is a sage. You kept your eyes on the prize, dared as boldly as Nanamigo. And so you are rewarded. Now you can summon my alter ego. More importantly, my instinct about this magic was on the mark, and those stuffies would deny me my right. What a narc. I wonder, though, if there aren't any more secrets to uncover. Just think, awesome waves, of all we left to discover. But that task I will not commit myself to at present. So if you find something, hurry back, lest I make you repent. What are you still doing here? Get out of my face. Dirty adventurers like you should know their place. After you turn around and walk out the door, I'll wake up. He won't be one who can stand how he snores. That spell I cast on him is more dangerous than it seems. It could even cause death if taken to extremes. Okay. I really fucking hammed up that one. But now we have done it. We have gotten all of those ones. So now... Boom. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. So now I need to go get a key item from Jamal in Rue de la Gardens. I'm just going to check my title. How do you check a title? Status, profile. I'm Dr. Shatanto's flavor of the month. I think I was total loser before, was it? I think from the last quest. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Your title at FF14 is Bug Girl. I found out the beast tribe of the bug people and became enamored with them. There you go. Yo, Pride, what's up? How you doing? Good evening to you. I just talked to Jamal or something. There you are. I was poring over these annals of history. Would be enough. Would you eyes receive me? You were trust initiative. No. Wait, I am. What are you doing? Well, there was this one gentleman who claims to have called forth an alter ego all by herself. Could you imagine what this means for our research? We may be on the verge of an incredible breakthrough. Rumors say that intimate knowledge of a person she was trying to summon was sufficient to complete the ritual. So here I am researching, trying to replicate her success with her historical figure. But it's no good. Without the bonds, we just can't do it. The closest we've come is to craft ciphers, magical parchments that concentrate energies from a third party into physical forms. But that's the rub. It still requires these bonds in the first place. But someday, where are my manners? You didn't come here to hear all the stuffy scholarly ramblings. And just look at you. Fascinating. Yes, your aura. I've done it again, haven't I? 1,000 pardons. I asked if you were part of the Trust Initiative, but you are so much more than that. Take a look at this bundle of half-inscribed scrolls as a gift from the Institute. It's a cipher crafted from the very process I spoke of earlier. The emotions of separate individuals converted into magical energy. Extraordinary, wouldn't you agree? Calling forth an alter ego with the thoughts of a third party. It's all very experimental, so I make no promises for the efficacy of such a scroll. It's all we can do to keep the energies from collapsing in on themselves. Unlike a traditional scroll, these ciphers cannot be recited by anyone with a passing level of literacy. They require assistance of certain institute staff located in major cities around Vanadil. Still, I promise the journey will be worth it for you or for us. Bonds can be severed like a hot knife cut through Silbina butter. The key is whether or not the strengths of the bonds creators are enough to survive the transcription. If there's someone who you feel a strong connection with, it can't hurt to ask them for the cooperation. You'll never know till you try. Right. A bundle of half-inscribed scrolls. That's not what I was supposed to get, though, was it? So. Not sure. So. Is it just... Well, if I check it's key items. Permanent. Bundle of half-inscribed scrolls. Okay. Back from ads. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Pride, good to see you. Ding, 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 ding. Boom, boom, boom. So now we need Rain Mard as well. Speak to Cheyenne in Battalion Down South. Okay. I guess it's evening now, or definitely evening time. We're certainly in the evening. I guess I can do this stuff later. We go back and do a little bit more story. Let me see. Let me just get a idea of how much more I can do. I can actually do quite a bit. That looks a bit. Yeah, I can do a bit. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I want to do, to be honest. I should do more story. I know, yeah. My body. I did try to get up early today, but I'm absolutely exhausted. Fucked all day. Promise. Go to Andalin. I assume I just need to speak to the dude again. It nearly always starts with, yeah, it does start with that saying by all the time. Boom, 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 boom. Pete Swanson. Pistol Pete. Live. Boop, 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 boop. The Telltale Batman game is free on Epic. Okay. Western Andalin. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Alright, waves. Just the pioneer I wanted to see. The princess is here to see you too. I had a hunch that I'd find you here, Awesome Waves. You do remember what transpired in Cammy Drifts, don't you? Like yesterday. Then I'll assume you'll be interested in hearing exactly where the light that spewed from the fort. When you'll be interested in hearing exactly where the light that spewed forth from Orton's iron was directing us. After we parted ways, I took the liberty of unsheathing the blade in one more spot. That way, I could create another line for reference. And since the two separate paths had to intersect eventually, I used that to approximate the location. Just to be sure, I compared my proposed site with the ancient records like the Founder King's travelogue. While none of my sources were too exact, I think it's safe to say we must head for the summit of Mount Camhir. One of the entries mentioned King August's visit to the mountain, which is probably as much proof as we're going to get. My guess is we'll find that serpent of the skies roosting up there, shimmering scales and all. At least that's what the words of my father's poem say to me. In an age when shade din in his land, the oar of the swallow witward shall be fulfilled. The warrens of the forest shall raise the mirk blade high, and one of the white feather shall flourish the sword's sext. If we are to believe them, then the dragon that resides there is probably the key to quelling the strange plague affecting our continent. For these reasons and more, Waves, would you mind accompanying me to the top of the thing? Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Come to think of it, I've never actually met a dragon face to face or snout. I can't help but feel afraid of just the thought of it. At least you'll be by my side. As an adventurer, you've probably bested whole broods of them. If that's the case, then I have nothing to fear at all. How lucky I am to have met you. Enough twittering like a schoolgirl, though. This is no trivial matter. When you've properly steeled yourself for the journey, come meet me at Jorius yet. No one ever thought about stopping Ercilia. Why? Because despite her claims of being scared, I'm confident that she's as tough as any dragon. Besides, she's ventured deep into the jungle countless times already, no? Don't go spreading this around, but I might have some juicy tidbits for you to chew on. You know how you said you had no idea whether or not Ercilia was carried off by some beast? Well, I might have heard another answer. Word has it that she was indeed dragged away in the blood-stained maw of some otherworldly abomination while resting outside the city gates. Does that get your knees a knocking or what? You can be sure that Ercilia has the worst of it. But even the Order of the Weatherspoons led search party travelled a rocky road straight off a cliff of humiliation. They not only failed to find any clues as to her whereabouts by themselves, but were ambushed by hordes of creatures, the likes of which were heretofore undocumented. Some members even returned with grave wounds, supposedly inflicted by a tiger of a monumental stature. Luckily, some capable pioneers stumbled upon them and were able to use their superior tracking skills to lead the exorcist to our princess. Close call for certain. And what of Ercilia, I hear you thinking? The powers that be within the 12 Order forcefully persuaded the Order of Andalin to forbid her from entering the jungle on account of the dangers present there. I understand their cause for concern, seeing how Ercilia to be the next in line to lead the nation should her brother's health come to fail. And what happened after that? What do you think happened? She's not one to just lie there after falling off her horse. She got back up and registered herself as a pioneer, that's what. I believe her exact words were, "Our sovereign nation is no monarchy, nor is anyone from our order guaranteed a position of leadership. As long as my brother remains the Chancellor, I'm just another citizen of this fine city. Furthermore, as any citizen may apply to be a pioneer, I chose to exercise that right. And I assume none of you take issue with the legislation you first enacted, do you?" I just about spit the frontier soda I was drinking all over Lay when I heard about it. To think that Ercilia already wants to head back into the jungle despite almost being devoured. Or is it exactly because of this experience that she wants to get official permission this time? Although I guess the maesters and ministers would rather have her traipsing about the forest under the auspices of the Pioneers Coalition than sneaking off in the dead of night. None of this really answers the question of what the monster wanted from her, but maybe this is the perfect case of all's well that ends well. Anyway, the bottom line is no one can stop Ercilia now. It's not like she'll be completely on her own either. Her order will be informed each and every time she passes through Joris yet. And they're bound to employ a bodyguard for her when you're off slicing your way to the jungle. Now, when you escort the princess, you'll not only have her opinion on you, her opinion of you on your mind, but the eyes of every other member of the Andalin Order at your back. Does that get your blood pumping or what? In all seriousness, though, I believe in you. The fate of our princess is in your hands. Okay. I've never seen a more determined face than yours right now. Waves? Good to know. You're ready. Well then, shall we get going for Mount Camir? Bow, 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 bow. Go to Camera Drifts, buyback 3. Bup, 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 bup. Abilities mount. Crab. We like the crab. Exit north. And follow the left wall leading north. We're looking to go to H5. So it's just directly north. Bup, 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 bup. What am I looking for? The Alpine Trail. I've actually been here before. But can't do anything with it. Okay, the stories are moving along now, I guess. This Pat needs to summit. Let's go. I think the next mission is broken, but it might be fine. The Winged Scourge. Be gone from here. You frail mortals should have thought twice before ascending this peak. I have no patience for those who desecrate the forest. Depart at once. If you do not, then I will have no choice but to swing the radiant hammer of vengeance down upon your meager frames. Yo, Vashi, what's going on? And Anduin has been slow to start. I think it's only kicking off now, to be honest. I feel like it's been a lot of running around. Hope you're well, Vashi. Wait, Your Eminence, before you judge us, I would like you to take a look at this. That blade. Waves, can you show him the proof of your bonds, this forest too? Sounds like a plan. You bring forth Rosalatia's palm before the Winged Scourge. The Winged Scourge casts a burning stare in your direction. Othern sign and Rosalinda's plume. You mean to tell me that you are not like the rest of these pillagers, but staunch believers in August and his desire to preserve the forest? You refer to the Founder King by his first name, so you knew him personally? But he lived centuries upon centuries ago. You couldn't possibly. Of course I knew him, for I am Sajika. Not only did I know the first Anduin king, I swore my allegiance to him. Was it centuries ago? Millennia? Time flows for many things, but upon Sajika, it touches not. Seas change, lands change, even the stars fade from existence. The covenant made with August shall not break. In my eyes, the lives of your kind are as delicate and transient as bubbles in a stream. Their moments of glory, mere sparks from flint. inconsequential, insignificant, insubstantial. Such is how I came to conceive of your pupils. August has been the only exception. His aura shone brighter than my refulgent scales, and his resolve was strong enough to wrest me from my realm of shadows. That is not the lone justification for why my memory of him will persist until the end of time, but it is an important one. And what of you, spindly-legged foal? What a dig, spindly-legged foal. Does the respect for the king you claim to harbour within that minuscule bosom of yours amount to even a drop in the sea compared to what I showed him while he was alive? Well, hopefully, you can at least answer the simple question. As a preface, you are aware of the 7 guardians that protected Vulcan hinterland, are you not? Yes, I am. They're the Nacuals, right? It is their infernal sobriquet that have been given by your kind. Very well. I shall not waste my breath explaining the rest. However, there was one more guardian who fought alongside August, a worthy tiger whose fur shone a lustrous gold. That must be Terracullan. I recall reading about him during one of my trips to the library. What was the title of that book, though? His Majesty and the Golden Beast, that's it. Books. An inconvenient form of immortality, but perhaps the best your infernal kind can hope for. If you are truly learned, you should have no qualms about a simple test. Pray tell me, where did August meet Terracullan in combat? Where they fought, you say? Well, that would be Waves. What do we know? I don't remember the details. That's a trick question. The story makes no mention of where they fought. Confidence conceals ignorance only when the other party is ignorant as well, you misguided fool. In the end, you care as little as for August as I care for dissemblers. The one who saved me from that place, where even the faintest hint of light is swallowed whole, nestling such as you could hope, nestling such as you could never hope to fathom in his greatness. I was foolish to believe otherwise. I will not stand for this moment longer. I know not why you trespassed upon this land, and I no longer care. There is nothing left to discuss, for you will have proven beyond a doubt that you're incapable of understanding August's will. Remove yourselves from my presence. Our conversation has left me weary of both speaking with mortals and with life itself. That's also another bad burn. It's like, I'm so sick of talking to you that I now hate people and life. I'm done with people and life today. We've all been there. I'm so embarrassed, Waves. I don't want to admit it, but maybe it's right after all. It was silly of me to come here knowing so little. If I'm to make amends, there's only one thing left to do. Let's burrow deep into Anduin's vault of knowledge, leaving no page unturned in our wake. Imagine meeting a dragon and it goes, your ass ain't fat and your titties are small. It's basically what happened. I said I have little full legs and small bosom. It's crazy because you're giving people ample opportunities to look at them. I guess Waves doesn't mind as well. Right, so we gotta warp back to... Is my warp ring up? Yes, it should be. Wow. No. Boom, boom, boom. Da 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 da. I had to pee before I do this because I bet you there's be more cutscenes with books and stuff. There's a bit of reading in them. So, uno moment. S'il vous plaît. It's un moment, actually. Who knows Spanish? Now then, what did someone ask there? Let's enter the library, learn some stuff, and then warp back to talk to the dragon again. This is what's going to happen, I think. Celia waves. What a pleasant surprise. I assume you are here to read more about the Founder King. If so, I have some unwelcome news. You've already read all our tomes that discuss what took place circa the establishment of our nation. Is that so? Do you have any idea what to do now, Waves? If there's no books left to read, how are we ever going to answer the dragon's question? Pardon my ignorance, Arcelia. I forgot about the existence of a certain section. Certain section? Verily, verily. Allow me to educate you on an oft-overlooked part of our institution. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I am Oshasha. No, Oshasha. What is it? Oshasha. And I am the conservator-wervator of this library. We have a severe dearth of patrons with an interest in the continent's ancient history. So it took me an exceptionally long time to recall that we have closed stacks as well. Closed stacks, precisely. As of now, you've only been reading the books available to the general public. In other words, you've not laid a finger on the pages of the concealed work. Concealed work? Sorry, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Andrian here is much more eloquent to rule than I am, so let her explain. Of course, this is a blatant abuse of your power. Wow, time sure flies when you're having fun. I must simply get back to my research so I can be ready for the next symposium. Good luck, Andrian. Well, concealed works are tomes that may not be removed from the premises. I would be more than happy to wade through the stacks for you, but I cannot take the plunge without some direction. Are there really that many books back there? Indeed there are. Though Andalin was founded long ago, it was not long enough ago to predate the written word. The books are practically skating from the shelves, so voluminous are they. Pioneers also contribute to the archives every day by returning from the jungle with field reports. It would not do for some of the information contained within to be seen by common citizens. Therefore, many of the reports are relegated to the stacks for safekeeping. In summation, it is impossible to provide you with every tome from this ever-growing mass of vellum. I will need a subject via which to select a few relevant texts. Well, wait, what topic do you suggest we look at her? The Founder King's retinue. Is it? Well, wait but a moment and I will return with an applicable volume. I trust that this is the sort of tome for which you are searching. It looks like a book. Massive. It is very interesting montage music for reading books in a library. What have we here? The Founder King, August Andalin, was a charismatic personage who incited a number of valiant individuals to join his cause. This feat might have proved difficult for lesser men, but for the King August, it was child's play. His character was unimpeachable and his gallantry non-parallel. Even those whom he defeated in combat would utter his praises before exhaling their final breath. Employing this uncanny charisma, he was able to subjugate the ferocious beasts that prowled the Andalin Isles, unify the warlords of the various outlying islets, and establish himself as their leader. These former warlords numbered 11 strong, and they formed what would eventually be known as the 11 of the 12 Orders, excepting only the King's House. With the support of his 11 vassals, he turned his focus inward to the Ulbukan mainland and trod upon its primordial plains in hopes of taming them. Pressing ever further into the maze of vegetation, they stumbled upon a swath of woodland now known as the Orsia Weald, wherein they encountered a tiger that loomed larger than the most expansive manse of the day, and whose pelt was radiant gold that would catch the sun's rays just right as to melt the eyes of anyone who dared to gaze upon it for more than a few moments. This massive beast claimed to be the ruler of all that inhabited the jungle, and challenged the Founder King with an ear-splitting roar. "My name is Terrakun, and you may only proceed once I have laid lifeless upon the forest floor." With that guttural proclamation, the creatures surrounding the king withdrew, leaving what they assumed would be the best pickings for their pack leader. As a rejoinder, August vowed to skin the feline alive if he laid a claw on any of the king's followers, and the two began staring each other down in a silence that finally broke half a day whence. The battle raged on for 7 suns, with it ending by moonlight on the 7th night. Neither wildcat nor warrior could deny the other's raw power, so they stopped the duel in favour of a long-lasting friendship. As a symbol of their new alliance, the tiger entrusted his son to take care of one of the king's 11 bannermen. This is the first known inhabitant whom the king befriended, but is also far from the last. August continued to push deeper into the continents verdant abyss, where he would confront still more natives seeking to drive him from their sacred territory. This is certainly a lot more descriptive than the last thing I read. It indulges a bit too much hyperbole for my taste, but it does convey the point that their battle is hard fought. Even better, it also tells us the answer to Sajika's question. It said the king and his feline opponent fought in the Yorka Weald. Right. That gets me to thinking. Could the gold tiger that saved me possibly be related to the one in the document? So I've heard. You already knew? He told you himself? Ah, I guess you did say something earlier about being able to communicate with him. He possesses some arcane power of which he can speak directly to you without having to open his mouth, right? It does seem rather strange, but I believe it since you've already shown us something similar with the Leafkin matriarch. What really piques my interest, though, is how you earned the trust for him to tell you anything. The Founder King's battle. Rum, bum, bum. I trust this is what you're looking for. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, my waves, look here. The most fearsome adversaries the king and his retinue faced during the Great Expedition were the Chimerian adherents. With the aid of the Aurelian tiger, King August and his forces plunged deeper and deeper into the wildlands. However, with the fall of night came heated battle with the Cimmerian adherents, an event that was repeated seemingly ad infinitum. No matter how many victories they earned or how many foul creatures they dispatched, the night continued to bring with it an umbral assault. The abominations knew neither fatigue nor fear and plagued the retinue to breaking point. The fiend's reign of terror did not stop with the king's party, though. The creatures were said to loathe all things that drew breath or energy from the sun. They poisoned the land, blighted the trees, and massacred every animal they laid their eyes upon. As the days passed, the king learned that these dark minions had also beleaguered the gold pelt and his forest for the countless nights. This epiphany redoubled their determination. No longer were they both fighting for themselves, but for their companions as well. Bum, bum, bum. Then, one of even fall, a bloodbath rained down upon the Ulbukan jungle, tainting its lush vegetation a mournful shade of red. The event began with an enemy ambuscade. Ring upon ring of nocturnal horrors encircled the king and his followers. The danger became more affable with each passing second as the shadowy grunts ilmed ever closer. The resplendent feline expended his remaining stamina to unleash a terrifying attack that felled all the surrounding enemies. The selfless act brought the king and his companions enough time to escape, but also cost the tiger his life. There is... Wait. Oh. How tragic. The tiger died to protect August Endlin. Incited by the display of the Wildcrat's bravery, his son, the king, and the monarch's 11 stalwart crusaders pressed on in the face of the nightmarish barrage. The conflict lasted for so long that all involved lost count of how many days spent cleaving chunks of flesh from their assailants. At last, however, the forces of the night were pushed back to the sorcerous ruins from which they first emerged. It was there that the explorers were met with which controlled the entirety of the Cimmerian adherents. This mastermind behind the invasion of Ulbuka and the destruction of his lands was... Who or what exactly reigned over the Cimmerian adherents? This is getting really good. page missing. Oh no, just my luck. The most important page in the entire record has been ripped out. But wait, haven't there been sightings of beings similar to what this text calls dark minions and Sumerian adherents? If this is the case, then why are these creatures appearing again out of nowhere? They should be confined to the pages of history books and lines to old wives' tales, not roaming the jungle on the present-day Albuka. It says that the Sumerian adherents crawled up out of their subterranean den at the behest of some being. If only we knew its identity. The Founder King's death. Bum, ba-dum. Bum, bum, bum. I regret to inform you that while such text does exist in our records, I simply cannot find it anywhere in the close stacks. What? How can it be how can that be if people aren't able to check them out? Well, according to the log, we gave one of the ministers special permission to borrow it. One of the ministers? Yes, it says here we lent it to Melvin the Mailcraw. Melvin. I'm extremely sorry for both interruption and my tardiness, Andrian. We have taken much too long to return this tome you so kindly lent us from the close stacks. My lady Arcilia, with awesome waves in tow. I did not expect to see you two here. What, may I ask, is it that you have come to research? Oh, perhaps we should continue this discussion after I finish what I came here to do. You see, Lord de Mailcrow's butler informed me that a rather peculiar tome, emblazoned with the Selenia's library seal, had been lying on his desk for an extended period of time. However, the minister himself is indisposed at the moment, and as luck would have it, I had business to conduct in the vicinity, so I'm here instead. Thank you so much for your diligence, Mr. No. And I'm sorry you had to. Ah, this is it. Arcilia, Waves. This is the book I was talking about. It is the only one in our archives that deals with the death of the Founder King. I got the impression that Lord Mailcrow was particularly concerned with the contents of that text. I would often see his nose buried within the pages. I surmise that was the reason it had yet to be returned. Well, if he was so enthralled with it that he could hardly put it down. Let's not waste any time, Waves. Skip past the table of contents and onto the real text. Not a soul bore witness to the king's demise. The king and his followers stepped into those mysterious ruins wherein the Serpentine Labyrinth, dubbed such due to the fact it contained as many branching pathways as leaves in the jungle, sprawled before them. The Serpentine Labyrinth? Does that sound like anything you've heard before, Waves? It sounds like Rak Hazanor. Is that the ancient structure embedded between the crags of the Khmer Drifts? Now that you mention it, I do recall a story from my youth about a certain old building buried deep underground. Rak Haznar and this Serpentine Labyrinth could very well be one and the same. I always assumed such tales were only told to scare little children or stimulate their imaginations, but maybe there's some truth to this one after all. Either way, let's continue reading up before we jump to any conclusions. The hordes of uncanny terrors that crawled above ground to corrupt the land all did so from that very labyrinth. By this time, the king's ranks had been thinned by the droves of aberrations that had already fallen to the hero's blades. However, that did not the least to shorten his strides into the den of antiquity. Each footfall they took resounded with a booming determination to prevent this Calignius menace from ever resurfacing. And yet, with the exception of one subordinate, the steps of every person who made the descent with King August were silenced within that abysmal mausoleum. The lone person to survive was Morimar, the king's general and tamer of the beasts. He emerged from the chaos with the golden tiger's next of kin and no one else. With the Founder King nowhere to be seen and most of Morimar's account lost to the slow tick of time, all we can do is conjecture about the king's fate. That conjecture, sadly, can only be based upon the few curt words his general spoke of the terrible incident. From them, we can conclude that the King August expended his life inside the bowels of the Serpentine's Labyrinth. clashing with. For goddess' sake, the rest of this tome is completely legible. The battle was a spectacle of atrocious beauty, with hacked limbs and ruptured veins decorating each and every winding corridor of the subterranean maze. Explorer after explorer in the king's retinue was struck down, but not before they could drag regiments of oppressors to the grave with them. King August used himself as a shield to allow more and more time with which to return soilside. With little to no room for error, and even less for respite, the monarch's chances of climbing back up from those treacherous depths were lamentably slim. Mortimer hurried back to Castle Andalin, the king's cherished blade swinging from his side, and a message from the sovereign on his lips. No more shall we colonize the hinterland. With that, he passed the sword on to the Callow prince and princess and promptly departed. The author sign. His orders fulfilled, Mortimer vanished from sight, never to be seen again. Even after his disappearance, tales of his and his feline companions' efforts to preserve the forest waft above the heads of citizens throughout Andalin's bifurcated districts to this day. Hello, Wade Strife. Welcome everybody. How was FF11? I think you were doing some Rise of Zillar today, were you? Because I did notice you were on. How you doing? Welcome in, everybody, from Wade's stream. A little shout out, give away to follow if you're enjoying some FF11 content. You can be sure to get some more of it over there. Hope you're all well. Welcome in, everybody. Name's Waves. Doing some Seekers of Andalin at the moment. We're in chapter 4. We're trying to get caught up in Ambuscade. Oh yeah, well it's a good month to do it with the new. It's a good month to tackle it now with the new double points and stuff. So King August never made it back over ground. And his grave in the Rala Waterways is nothing but a memorial. He's a grave in the Rala Waterways. There's a spillature that was erected in Rala Waterways for the Founder King. I always assumed that his body was entombed there. That doesn't seem to be the case. It's the first I've heard of this as well. Perhaps Chancellor Ignis could provide some insight to this quandary. Maybe. Although I suppose your father also disappeared under peculiar circumstances. He may not have told Ignis anything. Oh, how thoughtless of me. I should not have touched upon such an obviously sensitive issue. How far are you in the story, Ways? What level? So if you're doing... oh yeah, no, take it easy. Go take care of yourself. Thanks again for the raid. Appreciate it, dude. Hope you all had fun over at Wade's. Be sure you drop a follow. Enjoy your food. Take it easy. Thanks so much. It would be boorish of me. It's alright. I don't mind. It never occurred to me that building a grave beneath the city amongst a series of canals was odd, but thinking it over, why not erect a monument in one of the plazas where everyone could see it? You're still on Rise, but doing other leveling things. Oh, cool. Yeah, obviously you're max level if you're doing Ambuscade as well. So. Anyway, we've done our job researching the Chimerian adherents, the Serpentine Labyrinth, and the truth about the Founder King's grave. I feel that I have more questions now than when we first came in, but this should be more than enough to appease our surly serpent. Let's make our way back to Mount Chimere and find out once and for all what's ravaging the jungle. But dum. This way. It's you fecker. You fecker. Boom, boom. don't really want the answers. I think I know what's going on. I think I know what is going on. So which mode do we want to use now again? Like the crab just feels faster. I feel like I'm making more progress whenever I'm on the crab. Look at these little legs go. Look at it. Look at him flying. Little legs. He's great. Crabs are the fastest mounts. They definitely feel like they are. Because like when I was riding the beetle, it felt like I was going slower, if anything. The beetle felt the slowest by far. And that big fish feels really slow as well. The Tulia, or Alteo fish, whatever it's called. Oh, I've got the crawler. I've not used the crawler yet. I'll use the crawler soon. Ba, 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 da, dum. Excuse me. Petulant children, did I not ask you to be gone from my sight? We swear that we have no intention of harming the jungle. Please hear our plea. Then it is my sworn duty as protector of this land to confirm that your intent matches your words. It matters little which of you engages in this test I am to put forth. But anger me further, and your life is forfeit. Make light of this trial, and I shall grind your skulls between my teeth and suck the marrow from your bones. We shall not. You've got a little capybara mount in 14, and it feels fast as shit. Zoom. It's the little feet. Well, how unexpected the girl is putting on airs. Yet pride always comes before a fall. Let us hope that the fire in your eyes does not become quenched by the avalanche of failure. Let the first trial begin. The King of Legends was savaged by a tiger whose mane looked to be woven from golden threads. Where was the site of their struggle? The Orcia will. The truth is never a low-hanging fruit, free for all to pluck. It comes only to those willing to snatch it from the heavens. Though I did not bear witness to this truth, Terra Cullen and August incessantly regaled me with every last detail, and I could recite the story by heart. Beyond doubt, the two struggled valiantly, and August, staring straight into the abyss and dragging forth victory from its gaping maw. Terra Cullen thus chose to serve the fabled one, learning to love him as much as I did. Now for the second test. Terra Cullen's cub was entrusted to one of August's most trusted generals. I assume you came across the fact in your studies. Who was the man? Mortimer. Yes, that is correct. A truly powerful individual indeed, though his star did not shine as brightly as his lord's. August's 11 generals were the only men and women to ever move my heart. That remains true to this day. Let us move to the final questions. Final question. When all seemed lost and the king made his last stand, where was it that he fought tooth and claw? The Serpentine Labyrinth. That is correct. Young one, you have prepared well for this encounter. I recognize you as heritors to Augustus will. And will grant you one brief audience. Phew. Waves, I'm always glad to have you by my side. I don't know what I would have done. There are limits to which man has recorded in his annals. But as I said before, truth is a fruit found only by the intellectually ravenous. Then you know the details hidden from our eyes and ears. Beyond doubt. Sajika, you mentioned that it was August, the founder king, who released you. Your memory is sharp as a fresh blade, young one. And what about you, daughter of man? Do you recall this tale? don't know. But sure. I have taken you both for fools, but now I see you are worthy. Yes, that tale is yet another in the series of truths. I am not of Ulbukan origin. The time is not right for me to explain the story in its entirety, but suffice to say, I was long chained down in a terrible domain, and it was the king who released me from my prison. Never again will I return there, nor will they. Who are they? You mentioned earlier about the beings you know as the Nakawels. So, you have vanquished them? Perhaps it is as he said, I should not look down upon the daughters of man. And who said Sajaka? As who said Sajaka? As pioneers whose charge it is to open up the jungle, clashes with the Nakawels are inevitable. We knew it from the very beginning. Pioneering. Unsurprising, given that they are the guardians of the Ulbuka. We are quite alike, the Nakawels and I. We are all resident of a land we cannot call our own, rescued from fate by the one you call the Founder King. They obey his will. They obeyed his will as much as I did, like I did. And when he ordered them to guard 6 locations around Ulbuka, they bound to obey. That is how they came to protect his land. The ancient pact declared that they were to remain distant from the affairs of mortals and shelter the jungle from harm. Their calling is to shelter the jungle, yet countless years have passed since the king made his request manifest. Perhaps too many years. Some who witnessed those times firsthand have had their memories fade as the centuries passed, and have long forgotten the very reason for their sworn task. And not just the why, but also the what. You may call them protectors of the land, young one, but you are sorely mistaken. It is not the jungle they pledged to protect. I don't understand. They were scattered through the 6 reaches of Ulbuka, to be sure, but not for the reason you think. They were sent to guard the 6 entrances to what you refer to as a Serpentine Labyrinth. That the Serpentine Labyrinth is more than just a myth? When August made his last stand, he bid Mortimer and I to return to the surface without him. Our purpose, given by the king himself, was not to guard his side. It was to deliver his orders unto the Nakawels. They were to seal the entrances to the labyrinth and ensure that nary so much as a man's breath penetrate into its recesses. Sajaka, let me interject. You said that the Nakawels are to guard 6 entrances to the Serpentine Labyrinth, correct? Our annals state that there are 7 Nakawels, but you only mentioned 6 entrances. Then where is the 7th one? What is he protecting? He was different from the rest. In ancient times, he was referred to as Deathborn Zal, and his purpose was to serve the hallowed leader of the Chimerian adherents. You mean August's sworn enemies? Indeed, he was one of the Zal Triumvirate. But during his fierce clashes with August, he came to see light. I know not where he is, or what his task is. Perhaps. No, speculation is not my forte. He is impossible for me to read. Sajaka, I have more to ask of you. August's sword, the Orthern side, led me here to this very spot. Before I began private tutelage, my father often read us a poem, and one verse sticks out to me to this day. When disaster is nigh and evil is ascended, brandish the sword to the heavens, and all shall be mended. The light that pierced the sky signals the top of the peak. I know the Founder King left something, or someone, very important with you. But Orthern's sign was not our only beacon. The twinned world tree, whose power wanes even as we speak, gave the Rosalatia's palm to waves, as it gave something to you. The winds of change are sweeping Ulbuka, threatening to blow away all she embraces. This change bodes ill for us. Horrific beasts of unforeseen origin are appearing in greater numbers by the day. Land shivers threaten to knock over even the stoutest building in Adolin. Trees wither and die, and the water runs foul. Tell me, Sajaka, why? Why is this happening? Isn't there anything we can do to stop it? Please, if you know anything, share it with us. The seals on the serpentine labyrinth wear thin. The spirits of the past are beginning to reawaken. The spirits of the past? Do you mean those who commanded the Cimmerian Ardens? None other. Despite his monumental strength, even August was not able to vanquish them, merely sealing them within the labyrinth confines took all restraint. And yet he succeeded. He succeeded in stopping him. The Lord of the Serpentine Labyrinth, Hades. So this entity has a name. Darkness threatens to choke this land once more. He returns. The smell of the wind, the undulations of the land, it is now as it was then. Like a harsh wind chipping away at the boulder. His strength is sluggish, but inevitable. And what then, when he returns to Albuca? You too, child, must sense it. Forces antithetical to all life strengthen with each passing day. As they wax, the power of the world tree wanes. Having lost its twin, it coalesced all its energies into the roots and took up hold deep within Ulbucan soil. It then spread throughout the land, quelling all the evil that sought to consume it. Countless years have passed since then, and as the world tree aged, it began to lose potency. The land shivers are but physical manifestations of this phenomenon. Each shudder is the world tree trembling in agony. And what if this power is completely lost? Then all that August worked to contain will spill out to the surface. Hades' wait is almost over. His black heart is growing stronger as we speak. Calamity will befall us once again. The air, a stifling miasma, the water, a fetid pool, the land shattered palisade, and the jungle of lifeless husk. Black flames will scourge the forest, rending all life from stem to stern, spelling a brutal end for us all. This is the inevitable conclusion of all we have faced so far. How do we stop it? We cannot. It can't be. Sajaka, you stared into the serpentine labyrinth and lived. You must know something. Young child and her young friend. I am but a relic of the past. Would that August were alive, things may be different. If not his body, then at least his spirit. But it is still chained within the serpentine labyrinth's most inner recesses. During August's crusade, he was ruthlessly devoted to his cause, and the world tree was at the height of its power. And I had just been freed, my blood boiling for revenge. These three forces combined to seal that dark malady deep within. Yet, despite the most favourable of circumstances, we failed to eliminate the threat completely. This time, we have no light of hope to guide us. Though I remain in this realm, I still bear the wounds I suffered during that struggle. As I alluded to before, even if I were healthy, the Founder King's spirit is trapped, and the world tree has begun to crumble. Yet despite all this, mankind insists on working its utmost to destroy the wilds. And here I sit bearing the same injury, and even you and your lot I would forgive, but my heart still pulses with rage at the mere thought of the evil sealed away. Unleash a feral scream. I don't think we want to pet and comfort the dragon, to be honest. Yeah. Waves, what has got into you? Stop that this instant. Forgive my sudden outburst. Whatever the case, our three lights of hope have been extinguished. But surely there must be something. Maybe if there was some way to save the world tree. The world is made up of one simple truth. If something can grow old, it can die. But perhaps there's a way to reverse the process. What are you proposing? First, a brief lesson. The world tree's origins lie not in Ulbuca. To hear August tell it, he had retrieved a young branch of the world tree from a far-off land and planted it here in this continent. It sprang forth from the soil and began to bud before one turn of the moon, its limbs stretching so high they must have touched Altana herself. If we were to do the same thing, and this time the roots are already here to work with. So if we were to find a similar branch, then the world tree would burst into existence much as it did then, only faster. But the question remains, where did he possibly find such an object? A light's land. The world tree grew in a sanctified place filled with light and surrounded by serene waters. In a place that was once called Razoa. There was once a light's land on that frozen continent. Nevertheless, its presence is but a memory etched into a tattered canvas. Razawa, we only know it as the land wrapped in the flames of war. But I can feel it, a spark of brilliance located within a stifling place. When the world tree sensed changes occurring here, it gifted a piece of itself, creating a new light's land here. I can feel it, soft vibrations in the land calling me there. It's as simple as going there then? No. Even though you have seen the reality, there is nothing you can do. I, and I alone, have the power to access the light's land. But the trauma I have suffered is too great, and my constitution is too frail. Those blasphemous entities stripped me of my scales, cursed them, and scattered them throughout this land. This is why my wounds will never heal. I cannot fly as long as my scales are held captive. Not now, not ever. Even the slightest flap of my wings sends jolts of pain down my spine. Circling the mountain top is all I can bear before I'm forced to make landfall. Arriving at the light's land, beyond question. Sajika, I have searched many of your lifetimes for even one, with no avail. I have no other avenues to try, and cannot disperse this evil. Where could his scales possibly? I guess we're going to go find his scales. Need to get back to the... So you say the crawler is fast too? Oh, we sit on the back of the crawler. That's amazing. I love it. I love it. Yeah, the crawler feels fast. I like the way his legs just kind of like wiggle. They don't go forward or back. They kind of just like circle. Ba-ba-dum. Can I get back up here? No. I actually might leave it here. I might actually come back to this later on. Or not on stream. But I think I've done enough for today. I've done loads of it. I'll probably pop in the Discord, so if anyone wants to come and hang out there, I'll do some dailies and stuff inside there and tip her out. But I think I've done enough story. I've just been reading loads. It's not a bad place to leave it for now. And I'll do some more story Sunday, I guess, probably. That'll probably be it. But thanks for watching, everybody. Nice group of people here today, and thanks for the raids, everybody. Wade and Spiny as well. I'm on Phoenix. What are you on, Seropio? Bahamas. Where you go? It was too full for me that time. But thanks very much, everybody. Do drop a follow if you're new around here. And thanks to everyone as well on YouTube as well. Do follow me on Twitch. We'll be back again, finishing up and doing story. It's kind of getting interesting now. It's picking up a bit. That's good. But yeah, I'm just going to sort some stuff out. And I'll be in the Discord later. If anyone wants to come hang out there. And take it easy, everybody. Have a good rest of your day. And look after yourselves. Be well. Ciao for now.